Good evening. We'll call to order the August 2nd, 2022 full City Council meeting. The clerk will call the roll for attendance.
Anderson Burgos. Here. Bartley.
Here.
Givner. Here. Jourdain.
Here.
Maldonado Velez.
Here.
McGee.
Here.
McGivern.
Here.
Murphy Rumboletti.
Here.
Coelho. Israel Rivera.
Here.
Jenny Rivera. Tallman.
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America.
The City of Holyoke.
And the City Council.
Before we get started, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence. I'll turn it over to Councilor Bartley, who brought it to my attention. It's for Augusto Neves, but Councilor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just if we could have a moment of silence for Augusto Neves. His legacy in Holyoke is incredible. His son, George, is a local attorney in Holyoke, counselor to many, former at-large city councilor. If we could just have a brief moment of silence in memory of Mr. Neves. Thank you.
Thank you. Also like to take a motion out of order. It'd be motion to go to
Motion to take up item 65 out of order.
seconded. This is from Councilor Maldonado Velez. Order that we invite in the Fiesta. Can you help me out with this one, please?
Patronales.
There we go. I'm trying. De Holyoke Committee into the chamber and present the council a proclamation.
Thank you.
So, well, hold on. So we're going to give them a proclamation. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? With your vote, you approve the proclamation. Lo and behold, we have one.
Oh.
I'm good. I'm just kidding. Once again, former Councilor Patty Devine always has been very gracious to this council in getting these things to us as fast as possible and as beautiful as possible. So give her a shout out for that. And with that, I'll turn over to Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you. So I keep hearing tonight is Midnight Madness. So maybe a little, entertainment and bringing in this committee that is going to put on the inaugural Fiestas Patronales de Holyoke, I think would be appropriate for today. So it's been a couple minutes to honor them, and we're going to have a little music by Bomba de Aquí, Brenda Liz, and their crew as the committee comes in and meets me up behind the podium.
So if you would like, Councilor, please invite them in, escort them in, however you want them to.
Thank you, Rendali, and the crew at Bombadaki. Awesome. So there's going to be a little Spanglish. So I am truly honored today to present this proclamation to the inaugural Fiesta Patronales de Holyoke, especially this year. This year's a year first. We have the first Fiesta Patronales. We have the first Puerto Rican mayor. We have the first time that we have 2 Puerto Rican at-large councilors. So we're making history. And I remember... Yo me recuerdo desde chiquito, mami siempre hablando de las fiestas patronales en Puerto Rico. Y nosotros siempre íbamos para Puerto Rico y nunca íbamos para ninguna de las fiestas. Pero ese espíritu, la música, la cultura, la comida, she brought that to the community, she brought that to my home. So, like I said, this story that she shared has shared with a lot of people on the committee, with a lot of Puerto Rican people in our community that know what the Fiesta Patronales is. So I'm super excited to present this proclamation, which reads, be it resolved that the Holyoke City Council extends its congratulations to Fiesta Patronales de Holyoke in recognition of those organizers commemorizing this inaugural event celebrating the city and Puerto Rican culture and heritage. And be it further resolved that the Holyoke City Council extends its best wishes for continued success, that this resolution be duly signed by the President of the City Council and attested to and copy thereof transmitted by the Clerk of the City of Holyoke. Thank you, fellow councilors, as well, for accepting this proclamation. And thank you for bringing this to our city. Committee Fiesta Patronales. So I real quick, it's interesting because I haven't been that involved in the planning, but I've seen, hearing from my mom, how the whole thing has been going. And everyone up here has a really strong leadership position in the community. And when it came to this Fiestas Patronales, they were all like, who really wants to have this position? So like, if you see this, they all deserve this because they all put in an amazing work for this event to happen this weekend. So I just wanted to put that up there. Who wants it?
Thank you very much. I'm Mel Sanchez. Many of you know me. I grew up in Holyoke. I'm a product of Holyoke. Many of you know my brother, Alex Sanchez. So I'm back. But needless to say, this has been a long process for us. I am one of Puerto Rican descent, but I've never been to any of the Fiestas Patronales in Puerto Rico. So this is a new experience for us, and it's an opportunity for us. And we took the liberties with that name because we need to mold it to what we have in this community and what we're able to do in this community. And I think that this hopefully will create some positive heritage points for our young Puerto Ricans in this community that, although we're Puerto Ricans, we're really far removed from the island. And this gives us an opportunity to learn of those events, learn about those community events that keep us together, keep our language alive, and keep our music alive, and even the historical Bomba y Plena music alive, because it gives us a venue where we can display this and show our children that this is something that they should be proud of and should always try to live up to of what we've done and what our heritage is. Thank you.
Good job, Jose. Yeah. Thank you for coming. This was great. Good to see everybody. Yes. Yeah, bye-bye. Have a great weekend. All right.
Thank you.
Encore, encore.
We'll be here all night.
Be careful what you wish for, Mr. Peter.
A few housekeeping notes. we did pull the name for the counselor. It'll start with Counselor Vacan when we do roll calls.
Oh, look at that.
Also, like to take a motion to go out of order to item 33B.
Motion to take item number 33 out of order.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Now, before we go any further, I do, because of these new open meeting laws, or whatever we're going to call them, we'll need to take, from now on going forward, a motion to take a roll call that for the purposes of this meeting would be applicable to all motions to receive and refer items to committee, remove items from the table, place them on the table, package them together, or suspend the rules unless there's an objection. By doing it up front, that way we don't have to do it for each and every one and do a roll call for each and every one.
I'll make that motion.
So
Second.
Councilor Megan
Second.
has seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
We have to roll call.
And I understand now, Mr. President, because of that, we have remote participation. Our advice is that all votes will be roll call votes. Isn't that correct?
So the way the open meeting law, and thanks to Jeffrey for doing this, is the way we always did it is take it up as a package, all in favor, all opposed. But they're saying if there is someone remote, as you're pointing out, then we'd have to do a roll call for each and every single thing. By doing what we just did, we suspended that
Okay.
kind of,
Okay.
nonsense, I'll call
Okay.
it. I'm trying to be political, but it's
Yeah, I know what you mean.
state.
Yeah.
So that way we can do it like we normally do as if everyone's here.
Okay.
But when it's a regular roll call for an item, we still have to do that. We don't
Very good.
suspend that.
Okay.
All right, so off to 33. The Committee on DGNR, who has referred a special permit application for New Hoyoke Realty LLC at Whiting Farms, recommended that it be adopted with the following conditions: that the hours of operation will be Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., Friday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., that the manager will be on duty during the business hours, that the owner will not allow self-service bays at the facility, little typo here, that the current buffer of trees between the facility and the abutting properties be maintained, that the shrubbery in the application be planted and maintained at Whiting Farms side as noted in the application, that the sidewalks are understood to be required, applicant will follow through with the requirement. The access of use of vacuums will be part of the car wash service as not part of the separate available service. And this is for the Gary Rome Hyundai. With that, I'll turn it over to Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you very much. So we had a great DGR meeting and a lively discussion. My first public hearing, so thank you, everyone. And there were a lot of really great conversations, and overall, I think we got a lot of our questions answered. There was a presentation that was done by Gary Rome and his team, and we are joined by them this evening as well. And some of the questions that came up, we had questions about when the hours of operation would be. This is going to be done during regular business hours. It's not a self-service station. And the team has proposed bringing in, the equipment and all the technologies that will make sure it's not going to be a lot of additional noise. So there's been a lot of careful thought into this plan going forward. For those who tuned in, there were some resident concerns, and I'm happy to report that I've followed up with the resident, and we're working on separate issues, so we're working together with her. So overall, I think that kind of just gives everyone a picture. We did receive a lot of materials with this. So with that, the committee voted unanimously to approve this special permit, and that's pretty much my update.
Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, just to help my good friend.
Thank you.
Murphy Rembolade. So I think that on behalf of her, we'll make a motion to recommend adoption of a special permit with the conditions that are posted to the agenda.
Yep.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor Jordan.
I am also supportive of this. I think it's great, and I really appreciate Gary and his team continuing to invest in the city. I did want to ask about, with the vacuums, would it be possible to put a little bit of additional language on condition 7 that says that no music will be allowed to be played while operating the vacuums? I think that's the intention, and but I know there is some concern about one of the obvious reasons we're not doing a self is that we've had troubles in other areas, and it usually related to music playing while neighbors are trying to enjoy themselves in their yards and otherwise. Here, it sounds like the technology that they're using for the vacuums as well as the maintained buffer is not designed so that the vacuums will be a nuisance to the abutters. But obviously, we would want to make sure that there's no blaring music while people are sitting there vacuuming their cars to the abutters. So if that's acceptable by all involved, I would like to add that to the language to condition 7, if that's okay. I'd make that as a motion.
All right, so we'll get to that. Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, I was just going to make, I was going to follow up with that. I was just going to make a motion that I don't know if we have to make it, that the applicant make all efforts to comply with the city's noise ordinances. So that'd be my, I'll make a friendly amendment to Kevin's, just comply with the city noise ordinances. Before you get to that, I just want to speak in favor of this application. It was a good meeting, Mr. President. There was a good discussion. I think the public debate was very useful. I think the public input was very helpful. Gary and the rest of his staff came in well prepared. They had a great handout for us, walked through everything. I feel like every condition that we wanted to place on it, they were prepared to accept because they anticipated it. So that's always very helpful. As I said multiple times here with other applicants, I'm always very grateful when anyone makes a investment, especially of this significance, but any investment into the city of Holyoke, because it's so critical. When we think back, Mr. President, just a few years ago, a few of us were here to approve the zone change for what was there, a huge empty field. And I took a ride by Sunday and I took a ride by today, and you just walk around that campus and you see what's there now as compared to what was. And now we're going to have a second amenity that will help the public, the tax rolls, the water department, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a great win for everybody, and I'm looking forward to supporting this.
Counselor Maldonado-Velez, then Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was here during the DGR meeting, and I listening to some of the public comments. I hear them. I hear where some of them were coming from, as far as the city having to go green, or should be going green while we're building this, instead of creating this new business that uses a lot of water. But I was listening to the conversation, so I'm struggling with this yes because of that. The reality is the weather outside. We look at the weather patterns. It's hot. It's hot. We're breaking record heat. Climate change is real. So climate change is real. There was something, thank you. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Basically, where I was going with that is climate change is real, and we need to start working towards not building businesses that use up more water. I haven't heard anyone in the community say they want a car wash, they need a car wash. Now, I listened to the presentation, and I understand, some of the recycling water, and I was listening to some of what they were saying, and, some of the eco standards that they're going to be meeting. And I also have to trust, in Gary Rome, that when he said he was going to build a new car wash that may meet equal standards, that he will do that as someone that has been part of this community, has employed many members of this community. The other part that I struggle with is the whole special permit. And this is a special permit conversation I've had from the beginning, like how we operate from special permits as a legislative body. What does it mean to have a special permit in front of us? Like, when is it okay for me to deny? Because in this case, there are pretty serious concerns of what's going in. But I don't believe, but Gary has met all the standards and should have the right to build that car wash there. So that's why I'm going to vote yes for this. But I think we need to have a serious conversation here, and there are we have right now an order in ordinance around banning straws and plastic bags and all this, and it's not directly related to water, but it is steps towards a more eco-friendly environment. And I want us as a body to really start considering these sort of things. And I want businesses in our community to start considering these things, because the work can't just come from this body. I don't want to have to put no, we can't do this anymore. But I want us to work together as a community. And that's where I'm at right now. Just needed to say a few words to why I'm struggling with this yes. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will second the motion on the amendment that the applicant will comply with the noise ordinance for item 7. And I would just like to note, as the ward councilor, of course, I'm very sensitive to neighborhood concerns and quality of life in the neighborhoods. And so when I first heard about the project, of course, about 3 or 4 or 5 immediate things came to my mind, which I did address through Gary's very able assistant. And I have to say, in true Gary Rome fashion, he had anticipated each one of them. And I was very happy to find that there wouldn't be a self-service component or a setup or design of the site that would lend itself to people hanging out, which was one of the larger concerns. In touching upon use of city services, we're in a very unusual and rather ironic situation here in Holyoke, in that our water usage has been going down year after year after year, and our costs have been driven up because our community members have been doing a very, very good job at conserving water. Interestingly enough, we are one of the most water-rich communities in the area. I wish we could find out a way to sell some of it to other communities. But nonetheless, in this particular instance, I think it's great they'll be recycling it, but it is a positive situation that they will be utilizing our water. So I think, given the environmentally friendly substances that they'll be using at the car wash, that I think we've gotten about as much of a win-win as we can get with this. So I am in favor of it, and thank Gary Rome and his company for their continued investment.
Councilor Mullin-Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I remember my thought as Councilor Reagan was speaking around the water usage. So during the DGR meeting, someone mentioned how communities around, are putting bans on their water usage. And even though our city is, we're doing an excess and where our water usage is going down, you just said it, Councilor Reagan. At one point, we may be the ones that have to sell water to these local communities. So again, just thinking ahead and thinking longer term as to what we're accepting or not. Again, yes on this because of where I stand with special permits and what should be built by right, but these deeper conversations and orders that should be put into to protect our environment should be taken more seriously within this body. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't get a chance to get down there personally, but I did see the meeting online, and very much in support of this project. I go along with the ordinance about the noise. I think that's important. And some other car washes where people are out there with the vacuums and loud music, I think for that neighborhood is excellent. I really want to thank Mr. Rome for his investment in the city in the past and currently. I think this is a great addition to that area, that little spot on Whiting Farms Road. I'm very much familiar with that area. I have 2 brother-in-laws. My in-laws used to live up there in Tokaniki. I have 2 brother-in-laws that live in Farnham, so I'm by that area often. This is something that will work well, and I want to thank the chair of that committee for handling the meeting so well, especially the public comments and handling that as well as she did, getting back to the person, because that's important. That's what it's all about, is trying to keep the public involved and let them know that we do have a concern, no matter what's happening, if it affects them or if it's not affecting them, that the city council will look into it and will take care of the issue in the long run. So thank you for the investment. I very much in support of this project, and it's going to work well for the community.
Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess maybe it's more of a question, and I don't know if it's a rhetoric question. It's a genuine, I'm a new city councilor question. With adding the language about the ordinance for noise, I guess my thing is is that kind of understood that a business has to abide by that? Or I just feel like if we do it for this one, are we going to do it for all of them? And then is it understood that that's kind of what you have to do as a business? But I'm not against it. It's more of I don't know.
I'm just trying to figure out, is this
It's should we do it? Do we need to? I don't know. That's just me.
I mean, we have an ordinance that you have to,
Comply.
follow the noise ordinance, but compared to when we're doing the marijuana special permits, we will say that you have to comply with the order or ordinance. So it kind of the same.
Okay.
There's been an issue with it.
Yeah, Councilor Janae.
Yeah, just to be clear though and transparent, I'm saying no music while they're using that. That's actually stronger than the noise nuisance
True.
ordinance, because if I live next door and I'm 100 feet away, I could have somebody legally sit there playing music all day long, and I got to listen to that. Okay? Because during the daytime hours that this is operating, theoretically, you're allowed to play a certain amount of music all day long. The problem is if anybody that lives in those apartments or the people across the street, that's something they're not dealing with today. So if Gary were to sit there and allow these people now create a new nuisance effectively by having people sitting at vacuums playing music all day long, that I used to be able to sit on my front porch or in my backyard and have peace because there was no problem. Technically, are these people breaking the law? No. Because they're playing music, maybe not at 100 decibels, but they're playing music now that before there was no music. But now I'm listening because somebody just put in a parking lot with vacuum cleaners and people sitting there cleaning their car all day long next to my house. I now have to listen to all this. So I think the fair balance is to say no music while they're on the vacuums, because what's happened is Main Street is a train wreck for a car wash. I mean, they've driven some of these poor neighbors to hell in creation and back, because they'll sit there, and that's self-service. So that's not, I would vote against a self-service car wash, crystal clear on that. I find those things are noxious. Okay, and I sure as hell wouldn't put that in an area where residents, but that's not what Gary's proposing here.
Right.
So we're good on all that. But what I'm saying is we're looking to say, you know what? This is supposed to be a drive-through car wash. You come in for 10 minutes, but good Lord willing, he's going to have a ton of business. But there's going to be who knows how many vacuum cleaners sitting there. And they already have to maybe listen to the vacuum cleaners running. To have a row of now 10 cars parked up next to your house, 150 or 100 feet away, playing music all day long, what about me? What about my house? What about my investment? And I want to be sensitive to those folks so that you don't get to listen for music for 5 or 10 minutes while you're vacuuming your car. But there's a balance between neighbors.
Sure, and I'm definitely not.
But I want to be transparent, because technically what you're saying is correct. Everybody has to follow the noise ordinance and the law. And if we only just say we'll comply, some wise Alec might say 6 months from now, well, I'm complying. I'm complying with the noise because I'm not over 70, 80 decibels, but yet it's 10 cars and it's nonstop. So I want to protect these neighbors and help Gary to invest in the city, and I think we can do both.
Fair.
Thank you.
So next was Councilor Anderson Burgos.
I mean, I was just gonna make a point that basically everybody else has been making, but if you take a trip across to where South Hadley is, right over the bridge, I used to use the car wash there, and there's homes all around that neighborhood, and people tend to wash their car about 5-10 minutes and then, vacuum their car, and that can take longer depending. But while they're doing it, they're blasting music. Hence why there is signs posted. Do not blare your music. Do not blast your music. Cops will be called. So this is just so that we don't have to go through what South Hadley had to go through. That's all. And it doesn't pertain to all businesses because this is a different kind of business. I hope that answered your question, Tessa. Sorry, Councilor Murphy Ramboletti.
Well stated.
All right, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to chime in and speak in favor of the special permit. This is a use special permit. The car wash is allowed in the zone by special permit only. Therefore, we get to ask all these questions and work it out. I was very impressed at the public hearing that we didn't have to ask a lot of questions because a lot of what was anticipated to what could be problems in neighborhoods was already answered in the presentation itself. Begin with a 100-foot buffer tree line now will have a fence added to it. I mean, that's between the residential property and the same side of the car wash itself. There are no hazardous chemicals used in the car wash whatsoever. No need to store hazardous chemicals. I think it was mentioned the water is going to be recycled at a 30% rate. I agree with Council Maldonado Velez. We do have to protect our water, even though we have more than we need. We have been trying for 30 years to sell water to other communities. They want it, but they don't want to pay for the filtration that we don't have to pay for because we do our water differently than, there's only 2 reservoirs in the Commonwealth that don't filter their water. So it's all there, and the hours of operation coincide with the business. Gary Rome's not going to put a car wash here that's going to have a negative impact on his business. And I think that alone speaks for itself. Monday through Friday, they close at 8:30. Saturday, Sunday, they close at 6. The vacuum cleaners are inside the building. I've never heard of that. The noise is inside the building, not outside. The vacuums are not on 24/7. You can't just drive up and vacuum your car. All questions are good, all thoughts are good, but I think my hat's off to Gary, his engineer, and his staff, for preparing this presentation because they've thought of a lot, and I think there's a lot at stake for the neighborhood, and I think there's a lot at stake for one of our finest corporate citizens not to have an impact on his business. So it's a good special permit, well thought out, and with or without the noise ordinance, I think it's going to work well.
Anyone further? Councilor Rivera.
I guess for me, it's just wanting to thank Gary and his people, his team, to come together and present the project. I was not at the meeting. I had to watch it on video because I was away on vacation. But thank you for actually making it easy for other counselors when asking questions with regards to that. The situation that Jose kind of recently mentioned about the water, that's something that I did not pick up on, and that kind of makes sense to pay attention to. I will also be voting in favor for the project. I guess for me, with regards to the noise concerns, because I agree with regards to the noise piece, it's just how does the enforcement work after the fact, right? Is that something that we, the city, take care of with police, or is that something that they, as the entity, have to handle with regards to policing the property and the people with the music?
It would be both. The answer is both.
Right.
All right.
There's going to be a manager on duty at all hours, so they'll be policing it. But obviously, one of the nice features of having a special permit is if there were repeated ongoing violations, the public does have a remedy to come to you and the city council to say, hey, something's, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. But we would be counting on them to police it during the regular business hours.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Anyone further? Anyone online? For me, I will voice my support for this. I've known Gary for quite some time, and I think Joe kind of touched on it. If you look at his facility, this isn't just about a car wash. It's about a business that he runs better than anyone I've ever seen. And he takes pride in that, and he's not going to have a car wash come in and disrupt that business, his business that he built, and he's very proud of. So to me, it's not putting in a car wash that's going to have the problems that we think they are, because he's already thought about it, because it's about Gary Rome. So for me, I understand the concerns, but you're talking about a business owner who's going to make absolutely sure that, one, residents are taken care of, that if anything disrupts them, it's disrupting his business, and that's where it'll stop. Simply because when this first came about, we granted him the ability to rezone and build that parcel, there was a lot of concerns. He's lived up to his word. So for me, he's coming back again saying, I've shown you what you asked me to do. I'm doing it, and I'll do it again. That's the type of person we want in Holyoke, and that's the type of person that's invested in Holyoke and now growing again. So I absolutely support this project. Anyone further? With that, clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the special.
I think we have to-
actually, sorry, yes. Thank you, Counselor. So adding item 8, or if you just want to add it to 7.
I was just, because 7 speaks to vacuums, so I was just going to amend 7 to add one more clause at the end that it'll just say, no music will be allowed while operating vacuums and otherwise comply with the city's noise ordinance.
Was there a second to that one? Because then it went over to Counselor Bartley, who made an amendment to that to say that we be in compliance with the noise ordinances. And that was seconded by Counselor Vacan. So that's the one that's currently on the floor. Make that an 8 or add it to 7, Counselor Bartley?
An 8.
All right, so 8 would be, and it's seconded, that we comply with the noise ordinances.
That's not what I proposed, though.
No. Yours didn't get a second. His did.
Oh. So we're going to allow music, just so I know what I'm voting on.
Go ahead.
We're going to allow music for all these vehicles.
No, you made a motion.
Okay,
No
fair enough. I know what I'm
Counselor
voting
Bartley
on.
made a second motion that was seconded, that the business will comply with the noise ordinances.
And do we know how many decibels there are? Has there been a test on how many decibels are going to be allowed and the distance to there? Did the committee study that?
Pursuant to the noise ordinance.
So, I mean, if we're going to put a condition on, do you know how many decibels are allowed?
You can look up the ordinance.
Okay, but you just added it as a condition, and
I
you don't
didn't
know how
add
many
it.
decibels it is.
We haven't added anything yet. There's a motion. It was
Well,
seconded.
And we're under
All right,
discussion.
so there's.
I'm asking a question. Nobody in the room knows how many decibels and how much the music will be that these neighbors are going to have to now deal with, because instead of having no music, we're going to have it allowed up to some unknown number.
Well, we can, do you want us
We don't
to
know what
look
the
up
impact is.
I can look up the ordinance right now.
As a matter of fact, I have an order to review the noise ordinance, because apparently it isn't very strong, because I want to know how many tickets are even being issued for the noise ordinance. It seems like it's being violated all over the city every day.
That will be at a different discussion. This right now is for the special permit. With that, any other questions?
Okay.
So on the motion to add that as a section, or number 8, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I'd say the ayes have it. With that, clerk will call the roll.
We have a roll call vote? Don't we have to have all those as roll call votes?
No.
No, that's why we took it as that.
Okay, interesting.
Specifically what I brought up earlier. So if you want to change that, we can change that as the next motion.
Mr. President,
But for now, yes,
just for
Counselor.
clarification, I thought we were voting for the no music.
So no, this is, once
Just
again,
for clarification.
clarification.
Yeah.
Counselor Jordan made a motion. There was no second. When there's no second, it fails.
I got all of that.
Yeah. So now it went to Counselor Bartley, who said, adding a section, or number 8, saying that the owner will comply with all noise ordinances.
So in a sense, right, I guess where I got confused is that Bartley immediately amended his order, or what he had put forth.
It was under discussion. He made a friendly amendment, which then right away was seconded, but there was never a second his. That's why we went back to it. Still there
So
was no
does that
second.
second automatically trump what he said?
Well, if there's no second, there is no.
You're not
Change.
able to second it if she second, because Vacant it immediately seconded what he said.
correct.
So you're not able to second the other one because it
Well,
got trumped.
he said
right?
under
Just
discussion.
for clarification.
He said under discussion he would make a friendly amendment. So we really didn't address it yet until we came back to it.
Okay. I just wanted to understand.
Yep.
Thank you.
Somebody's got their hand up.
So 50 decibels between 11 and 7 a.m. and 70 during the day.
Jeff is a beast.
Can you say that again, please?
50
11?
decibels between 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. and 70 for the day. Correct?
Okay, which is going to be this here. So do we know if 70 decibels is going to reach these people's houses? Because it'd be 70 decibels during the business hours. This isn't operating during the evening, the late evening.
Counselor Bacon.
Mr. President, thank you. I just want to clarify because there was a process question.
Yep.
The reason that I seconded that motion is because we have an ordinance on the books that speaks to noise and nuisance, and that's enforceable. If we put a greater condition on a special permit, there's nothing in our ordinances backing it up. And so, to me, it's a fair thing to emphasize an area in a special permit that was problematic in another area, even though in this instance, I believe the applicant has taken extra steps to avoid that problem going forward, nonetheless. Thank you.
Counselor Mullin-Velez.
Thank you. So just as a clarification, I want to get this straight because, again, question around special permits. The conditions we put in special permits is not enforceable. It really just comes down to what Councilor Jordan said earlier, where we can look at it and be like, okay, well, a year ago you said this is what you're doing and you're not doing it. That's
No, they are enforceable. To be clear,
Yeah.
it's Friday to Sunday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. He opens up at 7 a.m. Can't do that. He's violating the special permit. It's enforceable. Now, with regards to the noise ordinance, where we're going back and forth as to what's going to be stronger, what's going to be better, in essence, you have an owner that's not going to have blaring music at their facility, but I understand the issue of there's a concern of that. So what is going to be achieved, which is, do we add all these conditions in order to try and totally lock down that? Which in it is, if the neighbors are complaining 24/7 that there's noise there all the time, and it's a condition, then when you come back to the special permit, you don't have to grant it because they're not meeting the conditions.
okay. Thank you.
Counselor Jordan.
Yeah. First of all, nobody in this room has tested 70 decibels at that distance, multiplied by how many cars are going to be operating at 70 decibels at that time. So that's number one. And if you live next door to this, it would seem to me you would want your city councilors who you've elected to protect you against that usage. And again, it's a balance of issues. You don't get to play music for 5 minutes, but I get to live in peace in my house. Okay? And what we're basically saying is we're going to move something next door to you that will allow you to be at 70 decibels. Is it 10 cars? 8 cars? How many vacuums? I don't know how many vacuums are on site. Maybe that's in the packet. At simultaneously, and you can be playing, everybody's at 70 decibels. So you cease to be 70 decibels, by the way. That's every single one. And by the way, how many times has this city given out a ticket for violations of 70 decibels? Because I'll tell you, there's no meter that I'm even aware of that we probably even have. I think we need to buy one or more to go and protect these people, that they would even have a case against, if I live next door and I got 8 cars at 70 decibels, that I can even prove it's not 70 decibels to even make an allegation of a special permit violation. Again, I'm all in favor of this if we're being considerate to the people next door. And that's what this is really all about. You know, we represent both people. And that's why I'm saying no music. I'll put it, if you want to make it a little looser, no music that can be heard off the property. I'd be willing to compromise on that. That would allow some music, but we should be respectful to the people that are in adjacent. 100 feet is not far. That is no difference than a house across the street from another house. Effectively is 100 feet just about. And to have 10 cars pulled up in front of your house playing music all day, come on, that's not right. We shouldn't allow that. We should allow him his car wash and have peace for the neighbors. And by the way, we had the one up on Lincoln Street, and I don't know about everybody here, but the residents up on Valley Heights, all they got was complaints about music and vacuum cleaners and everything else that was a problem. And by the way, they had a person on site all day long. The way to have it nice and crisp for enforcement is, my opinion, no music. And I don't think that's onerous. In this context, the Holyoke Noise Ordinance, as completely unenforced as it is today, is ineffective to protect these residents.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Yeah, that used to be Michael Lemke.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to state the obvious. So it's now past, it's almost 8 o'clock, and I'm good with that, but we're talking about this one item, and here's what I'm hearing. The ordinances doesn't really, the ordinance that we do have has something in a clause that says decibel, but we don't have something to measure that decibel. So we can't give a ticket. So I just want to point out, listen, on the highway, it's 65 miles an hour. People just speed. People will play their music. Here's what I will say, and I'll tell you this much. I know Gary personally. He takes business serious. He takes the people that live around him serious. He will address it. We shouldn't be sitting here for this long talking about let's force this law, because it's still going to be broken. Whichever way you cut the cake, people will still break that law. You can't force people to stop speeding. You can't force people to stop playing their music, you know? But Gary will address it. I believe that Gary will. Let's not spend too much time. So let's, on the motion, let's move forward. With all due respect to every city councilor out there, I'm not trying to disrespect, I'm just trying to point the obvious. Thank you, guys.
Councilor Murphy Ramboletti.
I was going to do the on the motion thing.
Oh,
Second.
so on the motion.
But I also, like, I don't know. I'm so confused why it's 8 o'clock and we're...
All right. So on the motion, which was that they did approve number 8, and we're back to the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 33B as amended. We start with
Did
Councilor
anybody
Bacon.
get pulled to?
Bacon.
Councilor
first?
Bacon. Councilor Bacon's first.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
No.
Maldonado Velez?
No.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
No.
Jenny Rivera?
She's absent.
Absent.
I didn't know if she came in. Tallman?
Yes.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
That's short. Okay, on to the next item.
All right, one thing is,
Keeping the meeting moving.
Make a motion to reconsider our action.
I second that.
motion is to reconsider action was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
All right, I'll remake my amendment to have no music at the vacuums
Second.
Second.
as condition number 8.
Just great.
So, item 8 will read, comply with noise ordinances and
No music will be allowed while operating the vacuums.
no music
Draconian.
while operating vacuums. And that was seconded
I believe it was.
by Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti. Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
We are discussing a special permit for use in a zone. Car wash, as I stated, has to be by special permit in the zone. It's a one-shot deal. Doesn't come back to us, and adding conditions is a good thing. We can control noise. We can amend the noise ordinance if the decibel level is not good enough. We can create ordinances that says nobody can play music at any car wash in the city if we have a problem like that. But to put it on a use permit is not the correct way to go about this. Yes, we have to protect the neighborhood. I understand that. But we're talking now about use. All the right things have been said. Everybody about 45 minutes ago was in favor of this permit. There's a better way to control noise levels. The police department has the decibel level guns. We had a problem with the organ at the merry-go-round. It was at 90 decibels. That can hurt ears, can hurt eardrums. We shut it off. We're trying to figure out how to fix a thing that's 125 years old, get it down to 75 or 80 that is safe. Do we want more noise coming across the street or going into the apartment buildings from the car wash? No. But this is not a self-service car wash. It's a car wash being attended. A car comes in, vacuums if they so choose, and leaves. If there's problems, we can control it by other ordinances. We don't need to add it onto a permit that is about use.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. I was going to comment before we took our vote that by adding the condition that causes the applicant to comply with our noise ordinance, that if we have a noise ordinance that is not enforceable, it should not be put on the back of a person seeking a special permit to fix our ordinances, but rather we should correct the ordinance. This has been happening in a number of public hearings where people want to change our ordinances and our zoning through another public hearing process. That's not what it's for. This applicant has come in, the committee did its due diligence. That's why we have committees, so that we don't spend an hour and 5 minutes at a city council meeting doing a committee meeting.
Yep.
With all due respect. And the amendment caught the spirit of being additionally careful for the neighbors. And there's nobody in this room that would question whether I look out for the quality of life and the neighborhoods in Ward 5. So I really think this is just not the forum to be trying to address these issues in, and I wish the council would be the business-friendly council that we've been telling everybody we are. The applicant came in, answered all of our questions, and I think we need to do the right thing here and grant this special permit. Thank you.
Councilor Maldonado-Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just going along what Councilor McGivern was saying, and this has to do with like special permits, Number 2, that a manager will be on duty during all business hours. How do we enforce that? How do we tell a business how to operate their business? What is the manager is? Is a supervisor? Is just someone that's lead at the time? So if we're putting this condition, like this is not, I feel like this condition around music, even though who was the one that seconded it? Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti? So I will say it's too extreme. I would go back to that the neighbors are not allowed to, are not able to hear the music. But why are we saying that's not a condition we can put in when we have a condition that we really can't enforce? Number 2, it doesn't make sense. Are we going into the businesses now and telling them how their operations, how their whole hierarchy works? So that's just I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
So I just feel like I need to say that I seconded that motion because, I just really want Gary Rome to get the car wash going, and I'm gonna be totally honest, I'm like super embarrassed that it is 8:05 and this is still what we're talking about. We had a committee meeting. Councilor Bacon's right. Like, this could have been brought up before tonight, and I don't even agree with the motion, but I just want to move this forward, and I don't understand why we're still talking about this. Can we please vote on something?
So the motion is to add no music while operating vacuums. That was seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Show of hands. If you're in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
I'm
You, know,
ready.
you have to raise.
It depends to me. I need clarification because I do want them to have the thing, the car wash. So if I voted no now, is it shut down forever?
All right.
No, this is just.
No,
an
this is
amendment.
just on the noise
Hold on.
portion.
Order. Stop. We're not
I
gonna
need
go back and
clarification
forth.
on that.
It is 8:05 for a very long agenda. So let's just stop right there.
Just
The
saying.
question is, if we vote this down, the amendment of no music while operating vacuums, it gets voted down, just saying as an example. Motion is to reconsider our action, of which we could table it, we could vote again. I mean, it's not dead, is that what you're asking? If you do approve it, then you're going to vote on it all over again with the new condition. And if that passes, it passes with the condition. Does that clarify it?
Works for me. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Bacon.
But I think his question was, if the amendment to the conditions fails, it doesn't mean the special permit
That's what I
will
mean.
fail
Right.
necessarily.
Correct. Councilor McGivern.
However, we're reconsidering our vote.
Correct.
If the next vote to the special permit fails, it's done for 2 years.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Well, then people should,
Councilor Jordan.
yes, well, then, democracy is about compromise. And I think, first of all, to answer Councilor Maldonado Velez's very correct point, which is this city council has situational outrage over permits from time to time. It's whenever it's things that we like and want to put in, we put them in. And when it's things we don't like, we don't put them in. As far as our logical consistency, I could go on all day about how that changes from year to year. The point is, I'm willing to amend it if that makes people feel better, to say no music that can be heard off the property. Does that make, doesn't everybody agree with that? How would you not agree with that? Okay, I'll amend it to say no music that can be heard off the property. How is that even remotely controversial? So I'll amend it to say
Heard
that.
by the neighbors. If you're walking by the property on the sidewalk and you can hear it, you're off the
By
property.
the neighbors then, by the neighbors.
I'll second that.
Okay.
All right.
Please, let's end this.
So our new motion is to add to number 8 that no music that can be heard by neighbors. Am I saying that right?
Well, how about we change it, neighbors or abutters, either or, whatever.
Neighbors slash
Abutters. Thank
So
you.
no music to be heard by neighbors slash abutters. As
There we
new,
go.
number 8. There was a second.
Great.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
I only heard one no, so the ayes would have it. 8 has been approved.
Motion to adopt.
So motion would be receive,
Second.
adopt, grant the special permit with the conditions as amended. The clerk will call the roll.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner. Yes. Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the special permit.
Very, very business friendly. Excellent.
All right.
Yep, best of luck.
Thank you.
Right.
All right. One point of order, because we took up the proclamation from Councilor Mala Velez. We said it was 64, 65, but it comes up as item 49. So I just want to make sure we put that in the record, that it should come up that way. I'm not sure why there's discrepancy. Yeah, something, we'll figure that out later, but. so
There was
just,
an updated agenda sent shortly after Irma sent the first agenda.
All right, so an updated agenda came
So
out.
it's 60
There you go.
on ours.
All right, so back to one clarification. Two was also Counselor Jenny Rivera reached out to me. She had a scheduling conflict of work. There were people out, so she is at work, and she does send her best, and she does apologize for not being here tonight, but it was unavoidable. With that, we're back to items that are laid on the table. Any for item 1? Item 2.
Motion to take up item 2.
Motion to take up item 2, take it off table.
And also suspend rules and take up item 19 with it, please.
19, okay. All right, so motion is to take 2 off the table and take it up as a package with 19. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 2 is the community ordinance was referred a special permit for Hoyoke Wilds at 20 Hadley Mills Road. Permit will use for marijuana manufacturing establishment with the following conditions: that the owner of the building always pay commercial property taxes to the extent of federal, state, local for the duration of the permit. Business retain a minimum of 30 Hoyoke residents for non-security jobs. Hiring preference be given to security personnel who are retired Hoyoke police officers or members of another police department who live in the city. No marijuana consumption on site. Hours of operation according to city ordinances. The applicant must abide by Mass General Law regarding Cannabis Control Commission. The petitioner shall conform to the city of with the city of state health laws, rules, regulations, including odor nuisance control. See, we put it in here now. 8, that the applicant cultivation in the odor mitigation. And that 9, a recommendation of the June 9th letter of the city engineer. 19 is from Chief Pratt from the Hoyoke Police Department regarding the security plan. So, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and grant the special permit. Item 19 is why we tabled it in council. Previously, we had never granted a special permit without the security plan being approved by the police department, and this would have been a departure from our process. So now it is in compliance with our review process. Thank you.
All right, so motion. Any questions on this one? Councilor Jordan.
Just to further add the point, the security plan is a requirement under the ordinance. So it's not optional. This is why, in support of what the chairman is saying, I will just add, it's a legal requirement. Thank you.
Anyone further? So motion is receive, adopt, grant the special permit with the conditions that were given. Clerk will call the roll.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti, are you abstaining?
She left
Not
the
in the
room.
room.
Okay. Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
10 yeas,
For your vote, you approve
1
that?
abstain.
All right, so off to public comment. We have one signed up for here. It's Owen Broadhurst. Is there anyone online, or? And then we'll have an email. So first we'll go with the people in chambers. Good evening. Name, address? And it'll be a minute and a half. Around the minute mark, I'll let you know.
This on?
Yeah, it's on.
Owen Brothers, 1328 Northampton Street. Phrenology for acoustics. Phrenology for acoustics is how one defense attorney, T. Greg Doucette, has described ShotSpotter. Phrenology for acoustics. He did not describe it so for no reason. It has an 11% accuracy rate. I want to repeat that. 11%. It has an 11% accuracy rate. 11%. 1 out of every 10 alerts, 9 then are false alarms. And do not expect them to tell you this in their sales pitch. ShotSpotter willfully put themselves in contempt of court in the Chicago District Court explicitly so that they might avoid being compelled to provide testimony regarding how ridiculously inaccurate it is. Indeed, ShotSpotter has actually coached police departments in how to sidestep Freedom of Information Act requests to stymie collection of data demonstrating its wild inaccuracy. They want you to pay $50,000 a year minimum for this.
1 minute.
From here on in, for 1 square mile. 1 solitary square mile out of the nearly 23 square miles in this city. 1 square mile. We're being asked to over-police 1 solitary square mile to the detriment of 21.8 other square miles, all in a 1 in 10 roll of the dice gamble that they might actually nab a culprit rather than anyone, in the vicinity of a car that has backfired or fireworks like we just witnessed on every single street corner very recently. The grant won't cover renewal of the project on an annual basis.
That is your time. So
It won't cover more than a bare square mile. Thank you. Have a good night.
Anyone online? No hands? Do you have a... This is from Mimi Panage, 134 Madison Ave. Dear councilors, I'm writing to ask your support of a proposal revision of the Hoyok Preservation Ordinance before you tonight. The loss of our historic structures isn't just a matter of sentiment, and there are valuable assets that we pursue. Hoyok's redevelopment, they're preserved and reused. They support growth in property values, improve our attractiveness to the community, and help attract future outside investments. The 6-month demolition delay is very short by statewide standards and has proved insufficient to give the city and the Historic Commission time it needs to explore alternatives for demolition sound building. As the preservation delay and offers the possibility of saving significant value in the city is no different in this concept. The city has important interests at stake, and the ordinance vindicates those interests without creating a undue burden on property owners. I'm going to ask council to support this legislation. Anyone further? None? So that's, oh, wait. Yes.
Gloria Caballero.
Okay, Gloria. So you might miss sign up, but that's okay. Full name, address.
Yeah. Gloria Caballero Roca, R-O-C-A, 5 Whiting Avenue.
Okay.
And I am here to second what Mimi Panich said, to please consider extending the demolition delay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No one further, so with that, we're on to communications. Yep, Councilor Bacon.
I was just wondering if we could suspend
Councilor Bacon, your microphone is off.
Oh, 33C.
Yes, if we could go out of order and take up 33C as we did with 33B. I see the applicant in the audience.
Okay, so
or the
motion to suspend the
representative.
rules, take up 33C. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Committee on DGNR, who was referred, in accordance with Mass General Law 30B, that the city ordinances and property disposition vote that the city accept the proposal to sell 525 Pleasant Street for $20,111. And it's recommended that be adopted. So under discussion.
Hang on a second. I'm sorry, I made a mistake, yes.
Okay, no problem.
I meant
33A?
A. I meant
Okay.
A, the special permit, sorry.
All right, so special permit application for 4-family home at a empty lot, 81 North Bridge Street, recommended be adopted. Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
So, under discussion, Councilor Murphy-Ramboletti.
Thank you. So this this public hearing was also pretty straightforward. There are going to be, I believe the owner is here this evening, Mr. Almonte. The property itself is zoned IG, and as a condition, requires a special permit from the city council. So we talked about, you know, just concerns about parking, making sure there's adequate parking for folks. There's no plans for commercial properties here. This is, my notes say 4 units, apartment units. And Mr. Almonte had quite a few folks from the community and as well our city council who talked about his other properties in the city. And so the committee voted in favor to unanimously approve the special permit. I think that's it.
So motion is receive, adopt, and grant the special permit. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I just want to make that a motion. I'll second that motion that we just made, that we receive, adopt, and grant the special permit. Just under discussion? Yeah, you've got a really great applicant here. It was kind of a unique way to go about a special permit. At least in my career, I've never seen a special permit for this particular use, but nevertheless, it'll work. It's effective. I don't recall putting any conditions on it, but that's really because we have an on-site, hands-on property owner, not an absentee owner. I think the discussion that night, if I recall it, there were a lot of great points. We got a little far afield, especially with maybe considerations as to putting affordability and less below market rate rents on it. When I don't think that was completely in order, but nevertheless, the applicant, I think, really heard that, and I would not doubt that there's going to be future development in that area as well. So to know somebody like that, I just met the gentleman that night, and to hear the support, and then he's well represented by a long-term attorney in the city who really is really a veteran of this type of work. So it was just something that I think it was pretty natural to support. But mainly, and Mr. President, I just want to end this point. One of the things that it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? This is a micro parcel of a lot. Holyoke is promoting housing even on a micro parcel. This is certainly less than a quarter acre, and it's going to be 4 units of housing. Whereas abutting communities, and I said this multiple times, abutting communities aren't even attempting to reach the 10% affordable housing level, which is ingrained in Mass General Law. I think it's 40A, but it might be 40B, whatever. Holyoke is head and shoulders beyond it. In fact, we're number 1 in the Commonwealth in per capita affordable housing. I heard none of that from the speakers that night. They just wanted more. Fine. We're going to try to do our best to promote more. But I'd like it for the public to be known that is a true stat. You can look it up at DHCD's website. Number 1 per capita in the Commonwealth, other than Aquina, which is on Martha's Vineyard. So I'm going to leave that to the side. So because Martha's Vineyard. So it's just something. It's a small fact, but it's something that's important to remember going forward. But bottom line is, I'm supportive. Thank you.
Councilor Aiken.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm speaking in support of this special permit, and I would note that the applicant intentionally built it to be able to accommodate parking on the lot. So he did not come in with a project to overbuild that would then create a parking problem. He came in with a holistic view in terms of seeking the permit. Thank you.
Councilor Maldonado-Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll also be brief. I'm speaking in support of this. I think I've known Jose Almonte pretty much my whole life. And just hearing how above and beyond he went to for those tenants in that building that just burned down in Southbridge really shows that this is a landlord that we want in our community, not a landlord that we want to push away. And I think Councilor Bacon was the one that mentioned it during the meeting. We wish we had more landlords that are, pulling out and helping out the community. The rest I wanted to say is just more to the rest of the council. I mean, the reality is, things are getting expensive. Things are going up, and I think we should really start thinking within our body, what kind of protections do we want for our renters, for our tenants, for our community, because buildings have burned down, people are getting displaced, and what protections do we have in place? So, thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor Tallman?
Yeah, I just want to thank Mr. Almonte for investing in the community. Here we have a vacant lot that we're building a 4-story unit there, and the housing that we're investing. We're taking something. I think we talked about that. We've lost several apartment buildings, and there's several vacant lots in the city. And a lot of times these vacant lots just get thrown with rubbish and trash and junk. But to take this lot and to put a housing unit in, it's really a big investment, and I'm thankful that he has stepped up to do that for our community.
Councilor McGivern.
Just real quick, Mr. President, I too would speak in favor. Mr. Almonte made a good presentation. He has one in front of us. We have rezoned a lot of property in the city of Holyoke to do the correct thing for neighborhoods and to try to get away from those RM60 and multi-family buildings that don't have parking, that don't have the best of the neighborhood within their construction itself. Once anything is built on this lot, the buffer zones, the codes, the parking lot, street parking, all kicks in. So it's all part of the deal, and Mr. Almonte made a nice presentation, and I speak in favor of it.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I just also want to thank Mr. Almonte for making another great investment here in Ward 1. And I think it's fantastic for 4 more families that can live now in Ward 1.
Councilor Rivera.
Well, since everybody's thanking Nelson, I'll say thank you, Nelson. Right. I've also known him my whole life. They had the bodega on the other side before it burned. And then they got Botis, which is the other spot, Flats Market, and then they created this one. And it's cool to see that it's now going to be a house. Gracias.
All right, so motion is to receive, adopt, grant the special permit. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the special permit.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Kivner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. Back to communications. 3, Mayor's Supplemental Budget for July 1 to June 30th. Motion be to receive.
Receive and go to finance?
Receive to
Motion
finance.
receive.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 4 is from the mayor, letter appointing acting city treasurer effective July 15th. Appointment will last 60 days
Motion
unless
receive.
sooner. So motion is to receive.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5 is reappointing for the local historic commission, which is effective July 1, 2022. It's a 3-year term to 2025. Motion be
Motion to receive and reappoint.
Motion
Second.
to receive and reappoint. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
Mr. President, can take item number 6, 7, 8, and 9 and send them to public service, please.
Motion is
Second.
suspend the rules, take up 6, 7, 8, and 9. All those in favor? All opposed? This one is for appointing Lauren Niles to the Historic District. 7 is also another one for the Historic District, and that's Beth Goslin. 8 is...
Looks like we got 2 Lauren Niles.
as a alternative to the
Planning
planning board.
Oh, the planning?
9 is...
Alternate, okay.
Martinez to Commission on Disabilities. All those to public service. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 10 is a reappointment of Joanne Plummer to the Library Board of
Motion.
Directors.
Receive and
Reappoint.
reappoint.
Motion is
Second.
receive and grant the reappointment. No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 11 is from
Motion to
the
receive.
solicitor. This is the letter for fire personnel work, second job exceeding 30 hours a week. Motion would be to receive that.
I think we have that in public safety, don't we? Is that in the actual order she's referencing? Should we send a copy to public safety?
I think it went there.
Okay.
We'll check on that to make sure. I think it
For
went.
the conservation of time, I'll withhold my comments on this until
All right,
we have a
so
meeting.
this one, I think it did go to public safety, but we'll confirm if not to the appropriate
Yeah.
committee that want to, but we do believe it's public safety.
Yep.
So receive, send item 11 to that committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
12 is from the city clerk and from Jeff, our city admin, which is the minutes of June 7th and June 21st.
Receive and adopt the minutes.
Motion to receive and
second.
adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 13 is from the auditor. It's the budget report for general fund, sewer fund.
Motion to
and
receive finance.
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 motion is to receive and send to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The acting treasurer, in its most recent statement showing the balance of the stabilization accounts that were
Finance.
received to finance. All those in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? 15 is from Aaron Vega, Director of OPED, letter regarding the Economic Development and Housing report. Want to send that to
Finance.
Finance or DGNR?
DGNR.
DGNR.
Yeah.
To DGNR. Receive and
It's on
send
the
to DGNR.
TIFs, right?
Hmm?
The one on the TIFs?
This is the. Is it
No.
on the TIFs?
I thought it was.
Development.
Well, send it to
Yes.
finance.
Finance.
Send to finance.
Hey,
Yep. Councilor McGivern.
finance has no problem, but TIFs are always done in DGR, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, I'm kind of asking.
I think you're right.
I thought so.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You were chair.
So
Back
send
in
it
my
to
day.
DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This 16 is from Elisa Zoller. It's the CDBG funds.
DGR.
Amendments. Send that to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Also 17 is from Elisa Zoller, which is the CDBG proposals for July 1 to
DGR.
June 30th.
DGR.
So DGNR.
Are we getting books on that, or is what's
Should get an
Something.
email or a book on it.
okay?
You should receive either or.
Okay, thank you.
So, Kevin, 11 did go to public safety.
Good, thank
What's
you.
there?
Appreciate that.
18 is a memorandum of agreement between the NAG R1 180 Clerks Union. So that would go to finance.
Yep.
Under discussion?
Counselor,
I second to move to finance. Although the money for this is, I believe, in the supplemental budget, we had a very small discussion about some of the positions in the codes department. So I think we should vet this out a little bit more. But this could have an impact on only, I think, one or two people are currently working in the positions, and most of these positions are vacant in the building department. But I just wanted to be open with that. But I do support going to finance.
all right, to finance, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, 19 was already done. 20, from
Ordinance.
AACO Realty Corp, 380 Dwight Street. All
So to receive and send to ordinance and legal.
right, so receive, ordinance, copy to legal. Counselor
well-
Bacon.
I guess it could be copied, but I think they might.
Well, if we send it to them, they're gonna just come back with whatever you need because it's an ordinance.
Right, sure.
All right, so all those in favor?
Could I have a copy of that if we haven't been already electronically?
You got it by email.
We did? Okay. I'm all set then.
We got it.
I'll
by
let Jeff
email.
know, yeah. Yep. Okay, sounds good.
21,
Make a motion to
22.
suspend the rules for 21, 22, 23, receive as a package.
Motion to take up
Second.
21, 22, 23 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 21 is Board of Health minutes, meeting minutes. 22 is Redevelopment Authority minutes. And then the Fire Commission is 23. Motion is to receive those. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 24 is Infused Element LLC which is the outreach meeting.
Ordinance.
That goes to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 25 is from the PVTA, update regarding the PVTA shelter at South Street. Motion be received.
Yeah, if I could get a copy of that one. Oh, is it? Okay, it's in the
Should
packet.
be in
already.
there.
Thank you.
25.
I'll have to. Didn't get a chance to read that one yet, so appreciate that.
25 is to receive, right? All those
Hopefully good
in
news.
favor? All opposed?
Okay.
Petitions, a renewal of a secondhand license at GameStop, 50 Hoyoke Street.
Make a motion to receive and adopt.
Motion be received
Second.
and adopt.
Everything is in order.
As long as everything's in order, we'll check for tax, council, or, no, actually, Jeff. So 25, also a copy to DPW, just so we have it. Okay, so it's receiving a copy to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 26 is the secondhand license. All the taxes are current. So motion will be receive, adopt, grant the renewal, and the clerk will call the roll for the secondhand license.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes?
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that. 27 is the White Hut special permit. That would go to
DGR.
DGNR.
Junior.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 28 is a street vendor license.
Ordinance.
Send that to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? In the President's report, due to time, we'll update you next time. Reports of committee. Ordinance 29A, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the special permit application for Buddha Brothers, 90 Sargent Street, to amend the special permit due to plans to remove certain add-on structures. Recommend that the order be adopted with the following conditions: that the owner of the building always pay commercial property taxes for the state, federal duration of the special permit, a minimum of 30% of Hoyoke residents for non-security jobs, hiring preference for security personnel who are retired police officers or from another police department who live in the city. No consumption on site, that the hours are set to city ordinance. Applicant must abide by Mass General Law regarding Cannabis Control Commission, and the petitioner conform with the city, state health laws regarding odor nuisance control during the permit. Motion is receive, adopt, grant the permit. Councilor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a complete application, and the applicant came in and went over their plan, which was quite thorough and straightforward, as I recall. Any other member of the committee may jump in. And just as a point of order, since you just read all these 7 in, and we have like 5 of them, is it possible to stipulate that for the other ones going forward, the 7 standard conditions, or do they have to be read each time? Just ask.
You can make that motion.
I would
Yeah,
make
make that motion. I'll second that.
Motion is going forward for tonight for the special permits that the standard 7 will be there, and if there's other conditions, I'll read those conditions as part of it.
Just to, in the
Except for mass biology, he said. So all those in favor? All those opposed? All right. So back to you for the special permit.
Yes, so it was, there's really not much more to say.
Okay. Anyone further for this one? Seeing none, clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for it with the conditions.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner? Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
11 yeas, 1 abstain.
We vote you approve that one. 29B, committee on ordinance for special permit application for Milltown Agricultural LLC, 1 Cabot, for marijuana cultivation. Adopt with the following conditions, 1 through 7, as we've already been stated. 8, that the applicant comply with the conditions of the engineer letter dated June 21st, 2021. And 9, that the applicant will submit a letter from the police department regarding the updated security plan.
Thank you,
Councilor
Mr. President. You made my motion for me. I appreciate it. And I would like to note for the body that the letter under item 9 was received. We did ask for an update because this was an amendment
So,
because of a structural change. Yeah.
so motion to take up
It's a late file.
late file H, because it goes with this. It's the letter.
Oh, for item 9?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So for 29B, for item 9, take up late file H. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? This is the letter from the police department regarding the security plan. So we could attach that to 29B and take final action.
Right.
Anyone, any further discussion on this? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 29B with the 9 conditions and late file H, which goes with number 9.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes?
McGivern?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 abstain.
Your vote, you approve that one. 29C, committee on ordinance was referred in order that the city council adopt an ordinance that requires all department heads and employees to electronically track, i.e. Munis and other systems determined by personnel, all time of accrued and used on a monthly basis. They shall also be subject to civil fines may establish by the ordinance. Recommend that the ordinance been adopted as amended. Councilor Bacon.
So motion to receive and adopt the committee report and pass first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under
And
discussion.
everybody should have had the legal form timely.
Yep. So Councilor Bacon.
Okay, so this order was filed because some of us recall about 10 years ago, we tried to get the Munis system implemented, and now our new personnel director has been actively doing that. And I'll let the maker speak to the order if he wishes, but the idea is that we would support the efforts of our personnel department in this regard because we know that lost time can be a big budget buster. Thank you.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, very briefly, I just want to say thank you to the committee. Thank you to the mayor. Thank you to Kelly Curran, who's doing a fantastic job in personnel to really take the bull by the horn to tackle this issue and to get this done once and for all. And I think unanimously the city council has been very supportive of their efforts. And also thank you to the law department for their quick action in putting together the ordinance. Short, sweet, and right to the point. And look forward to this being taken care of once and for all.
All right, so motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the ordinance as amended.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
No.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
Your vote, you approve that one. 29D, Councilor Bacon.
So we don't have legal forms, so I'd like to make a motion to table.
So 29D's motion is to table because we don't have legal form. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 29E, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the City Council consider updating the demolition delay ordinance with changes proposed by the Historic Commission, recommended that it be adopted as amended. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and pass the first reading.
Motion to receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor Bacon, under discussion.
And we had a couple of meetings on this, and there was a lot of advocacy done to make a number of changes to the demo delay ordinance, and we had a lot of really good discussion on it. In the spirit of compromise, you have the legal form before you that moves on two of the particular items that were requested of the committee. One is to change the name so that it's reflective of our goal of preserving properties of a historic value. And the second was to extend the demo delay. Now, there were arguments on both sides of this matter. Some request to make it longer, some request to keep it what it is. The committee, in the end, is recommending to this body that it be changed to 9 months, but also establishing a limit of 3 months for the Historic Commission to make a recommendation so that you couldn't keep a hearing open forever. So that's the crux of what you have before you tonight.
All right, anyone further? Councilor Mala-Velez, then Councilor Jordan.
Thank you.
And Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say I'm definitely supported this. I was in support of the 12 months originally, but I think after all the discussion and talking to the chair and the Historical Commission, I think we did come to a good compromise with the 3 months for the public hearing and the 9 months for the decision. So just wanted to voice my support for this order.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Councilor Bacon and Councilor Maldonado-Velez said. I think, one, we're recognizing the good work of the Historic Commission. Two, we're making historic preservation in the city a priority. I think we've put in place definite safeguards to protect those buildings that can be hopefully saved, and those without being quote-unquote anti-business or just being unnecessarily delaying. Again, as I mentioned earlier in the evening, there's this constant balance that the city council and people in leadership in the city have to strike between these competing interests, and I think this is a really good compromise to give the type of protections without being unnecessarily burdensome. So I do want to thank everybody that did reach out to me to support this, and I am happy to vote for this. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just first a note, we do have this in legal form, but only received it, I believe, last night, which is a violation of our rules. I don't have a problem because I sat through the public hearing well run by the Chair Bacon. I sat through the original public hearing well run by the, I think it was Chair Joyce a couple of years ago, Councilor Jordan.
Yes.
I have a different opinion as to what the committee is proposing. I have no problem with the name change. I'm not sure if we're voting on that separate. I agree with the 3 months. Councilor Jordan posed it to make sure we keep the Historic Commission, who does a fabulous job in the city in terms of what we want to do is to protect historic buildings, historic heritage, and culture throughout the city. The 3 months is important, though, because it could be an open checkbook if we didn't put something into the ordinance which never was there. I do have a problem with 9 months. I did not support 12 months. By compromising, 9 plus 3 is still 12 months. It's anti-business. Most of the time with this demolition delay ordinance, we are dealing with private property. Property that the city owns, we can control. We can control by not selling it unless it's to a project that a developer that is going to protect the building as we see fit or choose not to, but it's in the control of the city council and the mayor. When it's private property, by making something that could string out for over a year by adopting this amendment to the demolition delay, which is a good ordinance, but by adopting this amendment, we're telling people who want to invest in the city of property that they own or wish to purchase, they cannot do it for a year plus, even if you don't agree with the proposal to be able to save the building. The Historic Commission makes some great points, and we need more time to find people to invest in these buildings. We also know more time destroys buildings when they're not invested in. Roofs fall apart, buildings crumble, we lose, in a historical building across from City Hall, the Historic Commission never said one word about it. It was a speakeasy during Prohibition. It had a tunnel to it from under City Hall during Prohibition. That was way before my time, Councilor Bartley, but we do know that some of the mayors liked to use that tunnel then. It was known as 2 or 3 different names, and it's just an incredible place for the people who lived in this area, who worked in the mills, who came up to enjoy a sandwich, a beer. They would cash their check there, and their other half would come down and pick them up before they spent the whole check. But if you know what I'm talking about, you know the old Bud, and the fact that the owner did not put money into that property. The roof eventually leaked, the property eventually was condemned, and we lost an historic piece of the city without once being considered by the Historic Commission for anything or for any type of help. We've looked at, demolition delay makes a developer pause. I agree with that, but not for over a year. I would support an amendment to go back to the 6 months. I agree with the 3 months limitation on the public hearing for the Historic Commission, and I have no problem with the name change, but I cannot vote for what would be essentially anti-development and over a year of private property on hold.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. After we complete this particular order, I'll ask to go out of order to take up 29I, because it does go with it. Anyway, so I was not initially in favor of increasing from 6 months to 9 months for the business considerations. However, I think we have the ability in the city to affect our other processes so that the Historic Commission can get involved earlier. And so if that happens, and I think we have a mayor who definitely wants that to happen, then I think hopefully the demo issue would come up very rarely. Because if everybody's at the table early on and we can be seeking funding and alternatives before we get to the point of seeking demolition, then I think we're in a better place looking at the long view. So for those reasons, I'm going to compromise and go for the 9 tonight. Thank you.
Right. So with 29I, you want to wait for that one? Is that what you're saying, or?
I would just ask to take it up when we're done with this one.
Okay. Anyone further? Seeing none, so this is.
Motion to pass the first.
Motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the change.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
No.
McGivern?
No.
Murphy Ramboletti?
No.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Did you get called? Did Jose?
8 yeas, 3 nays.
That one does not pass.
No.
So,
Motion that we
is out of order.
reconsider.
29, what was that?
Motion that we
Motion
reconsider.
to go out of
Well, hold
order
on.
Motion to reconsider.
Motion is to
Second.
reconsider. Is there a second?
second.
Second.
Motion to table.
Motion is a table. There's no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So it was reconsidered and then tabled, just so people understand. Give me 1 second. Okay, so motion is going to order to 29I. All those in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
Community ordinance was referred in order that an ordinance committee meet to discuss amending the demolition order regarding historical commission review to begin the process once a property has been listed as a problem property group. The goal is this would enhance the possibility of preserving the structure and to do so escalate the cost. So motion is that
So the
refer to the
motion
mayor.
is to receive and adopt the committee report and send to the mayor.
Motion to receive, adopt, and send to the mayor. Under discussion, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this was a companion order filed, I believe, at a similar time to the one that we just tabled. And the idea being that if everybody's at the table, which I already commented on, so I won't repeat my comments in full, but just that the sentiment is if everybody's at the table earlier, hopefully we avoid the long-standing list of buildings that have been deteriorating for 20 to 30 years in the city.
All right, so motion is receive and refer to the mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, back to
F.
Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the City Council review and amend Section 86-322 of the zoning ordinance to allow for electric vehicle charging stations and parking spots, adding Section F to include F, electronic vehicle charging stations. Recommend that the order be adopted. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all did receive the legal form on this today. However, it is a pretty straightforward order, and legal was waiting for the exact locations to be able to put it in the legal form. And so I think out of an interest in serving the public and as people are moving to utilizing the electric vehicles more, we want to provide the opportunity for people to have charging stations. That's it. This is an ordinance, so the motion is to receive, adopt the committee report, and pass the first reading.
Anyone further? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Oh, hold on. Councilor Malone Village, you had a question? Or?
Just a quick note to the public. We have 4 new charging stations in downtown. So if you have an electric vehicle, you can charge it in downtown now.
Yeah, there'd be Chestnut Street, Holyoke Amtrak parking lot, HG&E main office parking lot, Holyoke Public Library parking lot. So a motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 29F.
Sorry about that. Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 29.
Mr. President, can we take up 29G and H as a package?
Suspend the rules, take up G and H as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? G is committee on ordinance was referred in order that the city amend its ordinance by adding the following language to east side of Russell Terrace, which would be Russell Terrace East South Street, running it in a northerly direction, 0.143 feet, more or less, no parking. Recommend it be adopted. H is in order to delete the following 2 ordinances, west side of Russell Terrace, which would be running southerly, direction 0.292 feet, more or less, and then at the end of Russell, no parking any time. Recommend that be adopted as well. So motion would be receive, adopt,
So the motion
pass.
is to receive, adopt, and pass the first reading.
Other discussion?
So this is, as you may have noticed, a cleanup for public safety. Can I leave it at that?
Counselor?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. I think this is one of the reasons why we get in office. So to try to help out some of these little tiny things that go on, and really it's an important thing because we made that a two-way street multiple years ago. I got 95% positive feedback, 5% not so positive. But I think overall it's been a great benefit for that area, and for Peck School in particular, because it allows the buses to turn in and out of Russell Terrace going into Peck School. What this will allow us to do, however, is to allow the buses on South Street taking the right onto Russell Terrace, head towards Peck in a safe manner. as opposed to having cars queued up and parked along the east side of Russell Terrace. It'll make it a lot safer. So we want to thank the engineers really for guiding us on this point. We also want to recognize, Mr. President, the great work that Ordinance did and others did, a few years back relative to those townhouses that are there. Talk about a credit to the city of Holyoke. I frankly don't know how they got all the parking in. Parking was banned along there, clearly, but we're now cleaning up the ordinance book. One last point: those units are virtually net zero as far as energy use goes because of the innovative design of them, and that's a credit to the engineer and to the developer of that project. Thank you.
So here, motion is to
Pass the first
pass the
reading.
first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second
Motion
reading?
is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
And motion that the passage be
Motion that the
ordained.
passage be ordained. The clerk will call roll for G and H.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve those two. I is done. J, 29J, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order petition for a street vendor license between Middle and Appleton Streets. Recommend it be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and grant the license. This person has been operating the license. Huh? Oh, thank you. Okay. And when he came in and he did his presentation and he gave us limited days and hours that he wishes to operate, and he also, on sort of a side note, indicated that he wasn't sure if he would continue to operate it. So, but there was no reason for us to deny him the license for now. And I guess I would just ask if the person is watching this proceeding, if he decides that he does not want to keep it, if he would notify the clerk's office so that the city council can be notified, just so that we're aware if he no longer wants to use it. But we saw no reason to deny it, and he wants to use it for at least the next month, was our understanding. And then he may decide to continue.
Okay, Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you. I'm gonna vote yes on this. But just as a point, there's another order in ordinance that Councilor Jordan might that put in. Got on around creating a food vendor, a street vendor zone or something similar along those lines. And I just want to mention that as we're saying this, because this is not the only order for street vendors. There's a couple that are coming, and there has been real concerns from the community, particularly businesses that are restaurants, street vendors pulling up right next, a block away or so, when their overhead costs are way less than having a brick and mortar, so I just wanted to make that point, and I think it's something that we should definitely consider sooner, to talk about sooner rather than later. But I am in support of this because there's no reason to vote no on it right at this moment.
So the motion is to receive, adopt, grant the permit. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for granting the vendor license.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 29K, Committee on Ordinance, who was referred a special permit application amendment to 6 Appleton to change the entrance location. Recommend that be adopted, that the applicant will provide the fire department access control to the gate area.
Thank you,
Counselor
Mr.
Bacon.
President. So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and grant
Adopt.
the amended special permit.
Our discussion?
Thank you. So the main concern of the fire department was that they had access control to the gated area for safety concerns. And so the applicant agreed that we could add that as a condition, and the committee was seeing as an amendment that the 7 original conditions would remain. So this would actually become in number 8.
So with regards to 29K, you're still keeping the same original, so we have it on the record that I read prior, and we made a motion to accept that for this, adding 8, which is the fire department access control. Anyone further? Seeing none, motion is to receive, adopt, grant the amendment to the special permit. Clerk will call the roll.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes. Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes?
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman? Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 29L, Committee on Ordinance was for a special permit application for 333 North Canal Street for marijuana cultivation and production. Recommended be adopted with the following conditions, 1 through 7, which have already been read. 8, that the applicant will provide a mechanical plan to the planning department prior to the project beginning. So motion is receive, adopt, grant the special permit. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this application was fairly complete, but because of some considerations that the applicant is making with the property, they were not complete and settled on their mechanical plans, but they had been in communication, and the applicant was willing to make it a condition because normally that would be something that we would have upon granting the special permit. So to remain consistent with the review process, this was added as a condition.
Further? So motion is receive, adopt, grant the special permit. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for it with the 8 conditions.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes?
McGivern?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 abstain.
With your vote, you approve that one. 29M. Command Ordinance was referred to special permit for Holyoke Smokes Corporation, 81 to 85 Sargent Street. Marijuana delivery license establishment as a warehouse to store marijuana project, not open to the public, and to purchase, store, sell, and deliver directly to the consumer's home. Recommended the order be adopted with the following conditions. 1, 2, 3, 4. So same 7 would apply, and that's it.
Yes. Thank you,
Counselor
Mr.
Bacon.
President. So the motion is to grant the special permit, and this was a different special permit than we have had usually, because this person is going to be a delivery operator, so it's a little different. We did establish the same conditions, although in their case, they won't have to really worry about odors and things like that, because they're simply going to be storing and delivering. So it's a very straightforward operation. It shouldn't create a lot of any disturbance in the area. They had a few technical hurdles to overcome relative to completing, but they got all the required documentation into us for our last meeting, just in time. So we're here to recommend approval.
All right, anyone further? This motion is to receive, adopt, and grant the special permit with the 7 conditions. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 29M.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti. Oh, sorry, Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 abstain.
With your vote, you approve that one.
Mr. President, can we take 29N, O, and P as a package, please?
Motion to suspend the rules, take up N, O, and P as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? N is for a handicap sign at 563 South Canal Street. O is 584 South Summer Street, handicap sign. And P is for 948 Dwight Street, a handicap sign. Recommend that all three be adopted. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and pass the first reading.
All right, so motion is
Second.
adopt, pass the first reading. Counselor Bacon.
So these were all reviewed by our Disabilities Commission and recommended favorably to the committee. And so we are recommending to the council that we add them into the ordinance and legal form is completed.
So motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to pass the second
Motion
reading.
is pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained.
That the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for all three as a package.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve those three. 29Q.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to table. We are awaiting approval from the state for the approval of the Cultural Commission, at which time we will then be able to put the ordinance in legal form for the council
Second.
to vote, but it's already out of committee and just waiting for that.
All right, so motion is to table until we get all the stuff we need
Second.
to finalize it. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 29R, committee ordinance was referred in order that the, until the residents are offered an opportunity to meet in the neighborhood with public officials and public board members or making decisions with little or zero neighborhood input, the city shall not spend any funds or incur costs of any new buildings, including schools. Recommended it's been adopted. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Our discussion. Councilor.
And everyone has legal form before them prior to tonight. And I will say that this particular order had a lot of discussion in committee and a lot of different perspectives relative to the process. And the legal form that you see before you is, I think, a pretty straightforward outcome from that, and hopefully in the spirit of keeping it simple. Thank you.
Our discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. The intent in the order, I agree with neighborhood meetings for any, proposed construction of a city building, schools, police stations, fire stations, whatever it should be a give me, and they should take place. I have no problem with the ordinance. The one thing I think it's missing, and I went to a couple meetings. I think I was at one of the early discussions, and then I missed the final discussion. The one thing I really think is missing, or I don't want it to be assumed, is it's the building committee. Whether it's a school, a fire department, a police station, established by the mayor, the school department, or whoever, that should be doing this on the early to mid-range of a proposed project. And by the time it gets to the finance committee, by the time it gets to the city council for proposing for a bonding to pay for the project, it's too late, because the location, the design, a lot of things that go along with what does it fit in a neighborhood or not takes place during the design phase and then eventually during the final steps of the building committee itself. So I was just hoping that could be a friendly amendment that we make sure that this ordinance is directed towards the towards building committees and not wait for the finance committee.
Counselor Bacon.
Through the president, so to properly address the concern, would we need to write something about a timeline into this?
It's a good proposal. It's hard to know what's the right timeline. You know, a school building, the early design phase can be lengthy. So I think, you know, the state uses a model of how far the proposal is, you know, in terms of completed proposed project.
Okay, so just for further clarification, if we were to amend the language by adding during the design phase, would that
I think
cover
that
it?
would work, yes. Yeah.
So moved.
Second?
So this is amending the ordinance.
That you
before
have
us.
before you.
Now, it's always been our practice that we don't amend it, and we make the recommend as amended, and we wait for legal to give us the final version.
So we can vote the amendment and then table it.
Okay, I just want to bring that up. Just
Right?
Yeah, you can do that. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. All right, so the amendment, just say it again.
That the meeting would be held during the design phase of the project. So let's see, I'm not sure exactly where in the language it would go, but
That's what I'm
that's
gonna
why
look.
legal needs it before we.
Todd?
Yeah, Counselor Barley.
Yes, I think this is a great suggestion,
Yeah.
and I think it's a great amendment. I think all the amendments so far in committee have been terrific. So it gets to the spirit of it, and that's why you needed a team effort to pull this across the finish line. And I also agree with the president that it's really best practice not to vote on these things until we have the verbiage directly in front of us. So I'm all on board with that too.
All right, so we're going to amend and add that the
The meeting shall occur during
At
the
the-
design phase.
the meeting shall occur during the design phase of the project, and we'll have legal put that in where they believe is appropriate. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion
Then I'll
is
make a
to
motion to
table.
table for legal.
Motion is to table to have legal put into final form. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now on to 29S. Create an ordinance to refer in order that under certain special circumstances with a supermajority approval at the city council, that the starting pay for the position with a salary set by ordinance can exceed the mid-range but not exceed the maximum. Such as special circumstances shall have no effect on any other salary range or pay rate for the city employee. Recommend it be adopted. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. So the motion is to pass the first reading.
Motion is
Second.
receive and adopt, pass the first reading under discussion.
So this is a circumstance where we've been requested to do this for the position of Director of Public Works. So I believe the legal form that you have in front of you uses essentially the language that's in the order, but it specifies the position that is seeking to be exempted from the limit of the mid-range. So that's what it's for. And there is urgency. I think every one of us in the room has had concerns voiced to us from various sources relative to the department. And we have been searching for a DPW leader for some time now. So this will give the mayor a better tool to work with.
So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 29S.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes. I voted yes.
Givner? Okay, Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Tolman.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
We vote you approve that one. 29T, Committee on Ordinance was referred. In order that the City Council invite a representative from the Department of Early Education and Care to an ordinance meeting to discuss home daycares, their current processes, licensing, special permits at the local level. Recommend that being complied with. Council
Right.
Bacon.
So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion to receive and adopt, that's complied with.
Yes.
Under discussion.
And this is an order that was filed as a companion to an order that we have already disposed of. And so we're cleaning up the jacket and
Okay.
calling it complied with.
Anyone further on this? No? That's complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 29U, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that a petition for street vendor license recommended be given leave it to withdraw. Didn't we just do this one or no?
Motion to receive and adopt the committee
Right,
report and
motion
give
to
leave to
adopt.
withdraw.
Leave it withdraw. I'm thinking of the other one, sorry. Under discussion, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we gave this applicant 3 chances to show up,
us,
and
yep.
apparently they've decided they didn't want to do it. So
Right.
that's that.
Yeah, 29U.
Wait, this is 20. That's 29.
20U.
9T?
29U.
29U, yeah, it's the same person, isn't it?
That's the same person that came in the
Yeah,
other
'cause you
day.
did the other one, right? All right, so this is just.
Oh, is that the
yeah.
one that was for the second address?
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay.
it's just the-
I was thinking of a different one, sorry.
That's why I was throwing
It
out,
was
but,
just related
just
to
did it, yeah.
another address, and I
So it's
flipped
just,
back
he's
to
not
the
gonna
other
go
guy.
out. For
Yeah.
the record, he's not gonna go to 130 Ray Street.
Exactly.
He's going to the
He said-
location we approved.
Yeah, he
I'm
had
sorry.
originally put in the 130 Ray Street, but then the city, someone told him that it should be the Middle Street versus between Middle and
Yes,
Appleton. So
Yes.
So this one is
Sorry
just to
about
give
that.
leave to withdraw, 'cause he was approved for the other one.
Yes, sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Ooh, the end. And I
Great
just
job.
want to thank the committee for their diligent work through the summer. There was no summer vacation for ordinance committee.
Good job to everyone on ordinance, especially the chair. Great job. Finance Committee. Committee on Finance to refer in order communication from the mayor on the supplemental budget. Recommend be adopted.
Could we suspend the rules to take up item 30I and 30J for discussion purposes with 38?
Second that.
Motion to suspend rules, take up A, I, and J as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I is the MOA for Local 1459. It's been complied with. J is communication from the solicitor, memorandum of understanding between the city and Professional Services Association. Recommend it's been complied with. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to thank the committee, the ordinance committee did an incredible job this summer, and finance is a little bit not too far behind. We spent over 2 hours, close to 2.5 hours on the supplemental budget. Supplemental budgets, as we know, are part of allowed financial business within the municipality. Any supplemental budget, providing there's money to back it, can be presented up until the tax rate is adopted, which traditionally in Holyoke is usually near September, October for various reasons. A couple things to note before we discuss the budget. We'll do this as quickly as possible because, as I stated, we spent 2.5 hours on it in committee. One, we all received by email the updated recap sheet. There's not a big change to it. When we received the supplemental budget by the mayor, we did have the auditor to give us the current recap sheet. The new recap sheet is because, believe it or not, the state adopted a budget in July this year. I mean, I think that's the first I've seen in 40 years that the state's ever done that. And so we know our money's coming in from the state. A big change in that recap sheet, if you look at it, is the school department, which is not in the supplemental budget because it was unknown at the time. And there's going to be, it's like a 63 or 83,000 difference on the good side for the school department. we'll be seeing that later coming in either as a financial appropriation or transfer down the road. So what we have in front of us is a supplemental budget. A lot of this was discussed during the budget hearings themselves. If you look real quick, I'll go backwards. Item 30J was the Professional Supervisors Association MOA itself. That was on the table with the budget during the hearings. Those increases were discussed during our budget hearings, and that the budget that was adopted back in late June, took care of 30J. 30I, as we learned back in June, is the DPW MOA was not discussed during the budget hearings because it was not finalized at the time. We since received it at our special meeting. We learned from the law department that a big part of the increases in this is the dollar per hour wage increases effective July 1st of this year. Then future impacts are $1 an hour wage increases July 23rd and July 2023 and July 1st, 2024. These increases are highlighted in the budget in the DPW line item. You can use the summary sheet, or you can go to the DPW page. It'll be the same amount itself, and you'll see that the DPW increase by the mayor's supplemental budget of $137,290. 3/4 of that, which would be, I think it's close to 130 something thousand dollars, is for the MOA itself. Other highlights in the supplemental budget, going on to page 2, we'll work backwards again, is the $48,000 for claims and liability damages insurances. That's a bill that needs to be paid by the law department. We discussed that at length with the city solicitor, and I think we also discussed it during the budget hearings themselves. One of the big highlights is the retirement share, $364,200 increase. This reflects early retirement impacts, which is something that there was a discussion, I believe, with the finance people prior to the budget being presented to the city council. And the discussion, I think the correct people were not listened to because this should have been included in the original budget. It was not. The retirement board and the state brought it to our attention, and the mayor appropriately included it in the supplemental budget. We're required to put it in terms of this particular number with the line item that we'd already adopted over $12 million. This is just for early retirements that are up and coming. Some of the minor ones we discussed very quickly. The salary increases. Note that we did discuss the city clerk elections and register of voters. That language was, these two line items were a little bit late in the supplemental budget. They were, I don't want to say a Scribner's error because that doesn't always cover things correctly, but the 11,417 and the 6,702 is for the funding of elections and some overtime stuff for the city clerk. If there's any questions, I'm sure we could ask the city clerk, but I think that was not a problem at the subcommittee level itself. Pretty much those were the highlights that we looked at. The total amount is, first of all, before on the recap sheet, which is probably important too, what we now have is some people call it a surplus. I call it unused, unexceeded to the levy limit itself, which is a good thing. It means the mayor still is not using the entire levy limit. It's something that we haven't done enough on over the years, but there's still a exceeded amount that could be used up until the time we set the tax rate of $1,184,396.95. Essentially, that translates into a savings to taxpayers because the mayor is not using it. It's an automatic savings, or at least it's not, I should say differently, it's not a tax increase itself. The supplemental budget itself is $783,908. That is the proposal. it's unusual, and I apologize for taking too much time this evening, but it's unusual that this route of supplemental budget was taken, but I think during the budget hearings themselves, a lot of us commended the mayor, and Mayor Garcia spent the entire evening with the Finance Committee, not just for a supplemental budget, and answered all our questions. Our auditor was with us, as always, on top of every issue, and the consulting auditor, I guess we would call it, outside auditor, the consultant was also with us and did a fantastic presentation on the recap sheet and on projected revenues and everything, but it was lengthy too. But if you didn't hear it, check out the video on the website. It was very thorough and very, very nice to listen to it. I'm going to stop. If there are any questions, the recommendation of the committee is to adopt the budget as proposed.
Counselor Bacon.
I just have one question and one comment. My question, and I meant to ask it, but the meetings go long and I didn't, is typically in a budget proposal, couldn't anticipated raises be included? This is the first year I recall that in the budget we didn't have them because the contracts weren't completed. But they could do a placeholder going forward, right?
If I could, through the chair. Yes.
Okay.
And over the years, it's been done both ways.
Okay.
Even this year, it's kind of been a hybrid of both ways.
Yeah.
Where
I just wanted to clarify
some money
that.
was in the budget and some wasn't. The problem, the two issues are, if they put the money in the budget before the MOA is negotiated, now you're telling
Right.
the negotiating party,
Right.
this is what we have. And some mayors don't like to do that until they know they have an agreement with the
Makes
particular collective bargaining unit. The other issue was, if we adopt the budget with the raises in it, but we don't have the MOA yet, do they go into effect, or do we get them, because we don't negotiate, we only
Right.
vote on the appropriation.
Right.
But yes, it can be done both ways.
Okay, thank you. And my comment was just that I did attend the meeting, and I'm glad that I did, because there was a lot of detail and a lot of information provided. But I would recommend for the new counselors to watch the presentation that the consulting auditor did, because she really went through all the things on the cherry sheet that sometimes you forget, and if you're not accustomed to it, she did a very good job of walking through it. So, just as an FYI.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Sorry, nope, I took it back down, sorry.
Anyone further? Counselor Rivera.
I guess I would second what Councilor McGivern and Councilor Bacon stated about the lady presenting. She actually didn't get to finish, and I was interested to hear a lot of what she had left, so I guess I'll be reaching out to her to figure out a time to get her to at least elaborate, because she was going into the nuts and bolts, and with regards to our budget and what we fund and how we fund it, at what levels we fund it. It's pretty interesting.
Counselor Jordan.
Yeah, I will just add that we're going to have to continue to be very cautious on the budget. We're going to have to, there's some notion here that says, oh, look at this, we got a few bucks extra here and a few bucks extra there. Let's remember why we have that. Largely, it's a function of the $4 million extra we got in one-time monies from ARPA. So take that $2 million out, and we're having a different conversation this year. So just be mindful. That goes away. This is the last year of that. So unless Washington continues to play Santa Claus with sending everybody more money, we have structural issues in this budget, and I'm impressed so far with the team in place to address those. And I continue to encourage their efforts. Thank you.
Anyone further? Counselor Malauulu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have nothing against the budget. I just have a question as far as process, because I know for number 3, that said Mayor's Supplemental Budget, we referred it to Finance. I just wanted to double check with that. Like, what are we voting on right now, and what was number 3 that we sent to Finance?
Counselor McGivern.
Thank you. I'm not really sure because I didn't read a copy of this, what number 3 is. I know it might be, is it either the city clerk or the clerical union?
It's a supplemental budget. Must be updated from what Tanya sent, the update.
That's just the school department, the 260.
All right, yes, we need that in committee because we need to at least look at the school department. That's a good point.
Right.
What's going on with the school? It's a good thing, but I still think we should vet it out in committee if it's a school department. And just I noted again too was, we received it this evening, but we had it in committee was, I talked about the other clerical union, which was the building inspector, gas inspector. There are a couple of bodies that are getting increases and a couple of positions if they're ever, hopefully, with the increases, he can start filling these positions because he's paying per diem people who are retired and people who are from other communities to do inspections because he's, I think for over almost 2 years now, has been able to fill the positions. Not just because of salary, but also because of the way the climate is out there. We did have a discussion on it, but tonight I think we put it in committee just to have a further discussion about it. That will get out by our next city council meeting, unless anybody wants to vote on it this evening.
Councilor Malaviles? No. Councilor Rivera?
So when we vote on the supplemental budget, we're voting on it overall, or we go through it line item like before?
Voting on all the amendments that Councilor McGivern has pointed out through the committee.
Just procedural, anyone can make a motion to do a line item cut, but we've done the work of vetting it out. We don't have to have, I don't think we have to have any more discussion, but amendments can be made.
Correct, you can.
I actually have an interesting procedural question.
Sure.
I've actually never seen a supplemental budget like this. Maybe once there was like one number, never like this.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting.
Yep.
Does that open up the whole ball game like all the other ones too?
I would argue that you could do it line item by line item.
I mean the whole budget.
Yeah.
I mean,
Whoa.
Argumentally, you're submitting.
because you're kind of you're changing the budget to. That means. Not that I'm suggesting we're going to do that, but is that just for future reference? Does that put the whole ball game back on the table?
I think
You're right.
I'm sure the mayor's listening. I think
You're right,
he perked
Kevin.
up his ears.
Just for future reference, I won't call anybody on it this year, but for future reference.
We're gonna have to find that one out.
Yeah.
So that's just one budget then right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading on A, and then I and J are just complied with. Would that be?
Correct.
You want it?
Right,
Yes.
right.
Yeah, we cannot negotiate or change the contract. We adopt the appropriation, and that is the final ratification of the contract.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion to receive,
Good. I'm waiting for you. I've been waiting. It's your
motion to approve the second reading?
pass the second reading.
Pass the second reading.
Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 30A.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Gibner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve that. B is the committee hereby accepts the provisions of the State 911 Department grant for $246,443, no match. Motion to receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Real quick, this is an annual grant that we've received now for several years. Just about the same figure, about $250,000. The grant is used for dispatchers' salaries. It's a reimbursable grant. We discussed this during the budget hearing process itself. As the salaries are paid, the police department then can use this grant to pay the salaries and transfer money out of the line items into other line items. Because of the nature and the ordinances that we've written up over the last half a dozen years, those transfers come back to us. For example, in the past, they've taken this and put it into overtime accounts when they start running out of overtime dollars, and we agree or disagree with that.
So anyone further? So motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the 911 grant.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley? Gibner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve that one. 30C, City Council hereby accept the provisions of the stained glass window for $55,000, 50% match, which was CPA funded. So recommendation would be to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Parent did join us. Bob is maybe stepping down, but still is working, and certainly it's always a pleasure to have him before us. Most of us know with the projects going on upstairs with the stained glass windows, he's been on top of it from day one. This is the fourth grant from the Mass Historical Phase 4. The CPA is already, and we've approved $80,000. That's the match for this particular grant itself. Makes a lot of sense. And Bob tells us that with this phase, 2 additional windows on the parking street side, which would be the east side of City Hall, will be completed, and then a partial of one on the facing Dwight Street, High Street side will also be able to be worked on, and he's anticipating one more phase to complete everything. Councilor Jordan made a great point during the committee meeting and asked the engineer to say, it's time that we get the money together and complete the entire project. But this is good money in a good project and complemented by CPA monies.
Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, strongly in support of this. As always, the chairman did a great job running the meeting. But I did want to mention one thing since we're talking these transfers and grants, was on the last one, if you recall during the budget, I had made a $172,000 transfer out of the E911 dispatcher account line. This grant ended up coming in at $246. So it goes to show you now, this line is going to be way, for some of our newer members, is going to be well over. And so now that you'll start seeing all this 246 will start going overtime. But in the future, we got to think about how we're timing these, because you'll pass the budget in June, and then they'll say, well, you can't vote for Kevin's transfer because we don't know if we're getting the grant. And then literally August 2nd, here we are with a check for $246,000. It's almost like they're intentionally overfunding it, and then it just gives them an extra $246 that they can start moving around. Of course, they do need your vote to put it into overtime, but it is now overfunded by that large amount. But on these, but strongly in favor of the stained glass. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, it's very important that in the beautiful historic building here that we continue this work, and Councilor Jordan made a great point. Let's get moving on this. Maybe this next year we can get them finished up, because this is something that we invest in our building. That's probably one of the most beautiful buildings in the city. So this is great, and I want to thank Bob Parent for his work with this too.
Anyone further? Councilor Rivera.
I would like to echo the sentiments of everyone with regards to the windows, because in my opinion, this is the most beautiful building probably in Western Mass. But I guess I'm biased because I'm from Holyoke, right? But ultimately, I would also like to thank CPA in the process, right? Because I remember when every time they've come forward at the CPA level, everyone has been excited to support the project because the idea is to save the windows and the building and things like this through that committee too as well.
Seeing no one further, so motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the stained glass window grant.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 30D, which would be the Mass Trails Anniversary Hill Park Improvement Grant for $100,000 with a 20% match, which that 20% is CPA funded. Motion to receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilman McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. As always, I'm always fascinated when Yoni Golgower comes in. I didn't realize his actual title is the Director of Conservation and Sustainability, and he fits that very well. This is a little bit more intriguing than a lot of the grants that come through his department. Again, there's a 20% match already CPA funded. This grant is $100,000, adding to the Mass Trails at the Anniversary Hill Park as the improvements go on up there. And the vision of not just Yoni and CPA, and I think all of us, is that we again will have a park up on the hill by the tower that's going to be used by not Hoyokers and people throughout the region. What's intriguing about this one is earmarked towards a trail that will be ADA accessible, and his explanation of how that works was incredible. People will be able to, with disabilities, will be able to use this trail by the way it's designed, by the way it's made, and the carefulness of the grades, taking the grades out of it that are too steep or too just descending themselves. Just incredible presentation. As always, a good grant. Match is already in place.
So motion is passed first. Oh, Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I just want to echo the remarks on this. Great tower, the project, the park up there is amazing, and they talked also about a kiosk up there, and trying to get that trail going and really to make this, again, as Councilor Rivera stated, CPA funded. I think they gave $20,000 towards this, this match for the improvements of the trail, and looking forward to the progress in the future. I used to love going up there as a kid, and it would be like a day trip. You'd go up there, you go up to the tower, and you walk around and see the beautiful city up there. So hopefully we can bring that back and really make some good improvements and a nice little park up in that area.
All right, so pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve that one. 30E, Committee on Finance at the City Council hereby accept the RAP grant for $445,008. There's no match. Motion to receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bob Parent came in. In his words, he explained this is like similar to the Chapter 90 money itself, where the Chapter 90 dollars come in on an annual, biannual basis, and they're used for road improvements and projects that the DPW are allowed to use them for. And but this particular one was Governor Baker's. I think this is the second or third year that we received this type of money. It has to be used very quickly by the end of the fiscal 2023. And the DPW and with our city engineer, former city engineer, are proposing, because there's a big High Street project coming, but we all know our our downtown road that leads us in from 391 is in dire shape of a little bit of a Band-Aid, is to use part of this to fix up High Street before that big project takes place. Similar, there's a section of East Hampton Road, somewhere out by Southampton Road where it intersects that needs some improvements too. So the DPW, Bob, and the engineer is proposing that they use this grant towards those two projects. They're ready to go, and they'll be able to expend the money before the end of the fiscal year.
Anyone further? Seeing none, motion is passed first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the $445,000 grant.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve that grant. Next is 30F. Command Finance, you transfer $1 million from stabilization to capital stabilization. Recommend it be adopted. This motion will receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recall last year, before the fiscal year ended, the City Council, with the mayor proposing, did two things. One, and I think we all agreed was long overdue, established a capital stabilization fund itself. And two, we received $1 million back from the schools, which was highly unusual, and it was part of it was because of we allowed the schools during, partly because of COVID, but partly because of allowing the schools to extend the bus contract during that period of time. They saved $1 million and gave the savings back to the general budget itself. The issue with creating a capital, any stabilization fund, is you cannot put money into it the same year you created it. So the mayor came to us, took that million, put it in stabilization, told us that as soon as the fiscal year came up, that he would be asking us to transfer it into this long overdue capital stabilization fund, which, as it sounds, will be used for capital projects down the road. Any capital projects to be used out of this fund would be subject to a vote by the City Council, 2/3 vote.
2/3. Yeah.
Committee recommends in favor of the transfer.
Councilor Bacon.
Yes, I just want to speak in favor of this. A number of us had been looking to stabilize our debt or in other ways deal with capital things for a number of years. And I think we finally got there. Yay. And I think it's a good faith effort with the mayor.
So here, Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, just briefly, I'm really amazed with since the mayor's been elected. I think he's sat here at every single finance meeting we've had and really is in touch with, I mean, sometimes staying here till 10 or 10:30 at night. And this is something that many of us have wanted to do. And I think it's something that is really good for the city, the future of the city. And if there's something that happens where we need a vehicle real quick and it costs $600,000, we have the money in that fund to vote it out to take care of that. So it's important. It's a good move forward by the city.
All right, so motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Rumboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Your vote, you approve that one. 30G, Command Finance for transfer of $1,600 from longevity to overtime. Recommend it be adopted. This motion will be receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Planning Department, Planning OPED Department. Aaron Vega and I spoke about this. He was unable to attend the meeting, but I did share his comments with the Finance Committee itself. Longevity, he projects, is going to be a surplus because of a vacancy that's with one of the older employees that did take place. The overtime is because of some vacancies, and also because we talked about this last year. The department has taken over a number of things, including some oversight administrative work supplement to the Historic Commission and other commissions, the Redevelopment Authority, and others that are meeting on a regular basis, and his clerical and administrative assistants are working extra hours to supplement those bodies themselves. The committee recommends that the $1,600 transfer be allowed, obviously approved by the mayor.
Seeing no one further, motion is passed first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second
Motion
reading.
is passed the second reading. Clerk call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Unanimous.
With your vote, you approve the transfer. 30H from Finance, $34,033 from Energy, Gas, Electricity, Books, to Reference Library Assistant Evening, and so on. So a total of $34,033. Motion to receive, adopt, pass first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maria Pagan came in person to the committee meeting, gave us an explanation. She had forecasted this because it's a bit unusual to have this transfer so early in a fiscal year. Excuse me. And but the reference library assistant in the evenings, this is some adjustments to their hourly pay that wasn't calculated and put in the original budget. And same thing with the cataloger, the $695 themselves. She worked it out with the mayor. The gas and electric, energy, and the library books was more what we talked about than about where the money was going. I will say the library budget over the years has been incredibly, I don't want to say confusing, but complex, I guess is a good way to describe it. Being that you have money that comes in from the state, which is every library within the state, providing the city meets their income level of spending revenue on libraries, the state automatically gives into a fund that can be used for different things. Library books is a big part of it. Library use is part of it. Energy, gas, and electric traditionally has been and hasn't been, and has been a question, but has been allowed by the state over the years. So the library director is juggling a little bit to get the right money into the salary accounts, because the auditor cannot pay the correct salary if we don't have 12 months in those line items for those particular positions. I believe it was Councilor Jordan did bring up a couple of points about what I alluded to, and we've come a long way, and I think we still can get a little bit better with this budget and understanding it and the way the funds come in. We also have an incredibly generous Friends of the Library group that fund a number of things through their efforts, which complements the group itself. We were in a 10-year process of combining, since we built the new library, we're in a 10-year process of combining the board with the Friends and having a management control as part of the city, which it is, but completely part of the city. And the funds themselves is the trick, because fundraising the city cannot do fundraising. Only outside groups can do it, on behalf of the city itself. Sorry, but we're recommending that, not sorry, but for the recommendation, just sorry for the lengthy explanation, but we're recommending passage of this transfer.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. I would note that given the other funding sources for the library, they will be able to achieve the funding for the books, and that a couple of those lines are subsidized in the budget, and they will just be subsidized somewhat greater this year because of these transfers. So there's not going to be harm, if you will, to the program. Thank you.
Councilor Jordan.
I have a somewhat different take on it, not to where the money's going, because it definitely needed, I've been advocating for quite some time that every person that works for the city should be at least earning minimum wage. I mean, that is basic human dignity, that people be paid the minimum wage. And I think it's outrageous that the state legislature of Massachusetts exempts itself and exempts cities and towns from paying minimum wage, yet requires it of all the regular businesses. A lot of people don't realize that. You would think, oh, you must get more if you work for the city. It's quite the opposite, it's less. And we have people in this city government that think that's perfectly fine to pay people less than minimum wage. It's a sobering thought. And so for them to get paid minimum wage and a little bit better, which is what was done, and we need to fund that, no problem, that's perfect. My argument at the Finance Committee was that should have come from the supplemental budget we just passed. You needed the money to pay these folks, added in with the other 800,000 we just did, right? No problem. The problem is here, I just don't think, I'm gonna vote for this, okay? I'm not gonna be so spiteful to not, although it's not technically spiteful, it's actually good financing to vote, to vote no on this, but I'm going to be a nice guy and vote for it because they need the $60,000 in the budget for energy, gas, oil, and electric. There is no excess money. For us to transfer $30,000 out of those lines means we are intentionally underfunding the energy account for the library. You shouldn't do that, okay? And library books, they need the $15,000. So you shouldn't take out $4,000 out of that line because they need those funds. What we're alluded to at the Finance Committee, which really wasn't a great answer, was, oh, well, we're going to get them some money down the road from other sources. But you don't take the money out until you got the money down the road from the other sources. It's literally saying we're short on these salary lines, so we're going to make these expense lines intentionally short. We really shouldn't do that. Because what if the other money down the road doesn't come? Or somebody changes their mind and they don't want to fund these things. We should budget to what we are known expenses. That's the proper way to do it. It should have went into the supplemental. I'll still vote for this because I want these folks to get their increases. And apparently there's some behind the scenes master plan going on here to get this energy and library book money restored. So let's hope it all shakes out. I'll vote along for it. But those were the reasons I raised those reservations, because I don't think, as a general rule, we as a council should be going around saying it's okay to intentionally underfund known expenses in accounts. It's not good accounting. Thank you.
Seeing no one further, motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for H.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Tallman.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve the transfer. Well, I did the best I could tonight, folks.
Mr. President?
Well, it's 10 o'clock. We got to shut down.
Oh, yeah, it's 10 o'clock. Meeting,
I'm just
motion to adjourn?
Yeah, we didn't.
Second.
I'm just saying.
10 o'clock, let's go.
Automatic adjourn.
Counselor Anderson
Mr.
Burgos.
President?
Bring it up,
Yeah.
I'll second
Yes,
it fast.
I want to make a note of something. So, everyone who's zooming in right now is fine. Their volume is fine. But
I was going to say the same thing.
yeah, everybody's. We can hardly hear you guys. I don't know if the volume in city chambers was adjusted, but we can't hear you when you're voting.
Oh,
All right, we'll get that checked.
we'll get
Thank
closer
you.
to the mic.
Even me with my big mouth, you can't hear me?
Even you, Kevin.
Oh, I'm disappointed. Sorry.
That's when you know there
We
might be
definitely
an
got
issue.
problems.
Mike must be broken.
I'm here to test the audio system.
Honestly, it was when Kevin was speaking, I was like, usually I can hear him well.
Wow.
I can't hear him. I was like, no, that's not me throwing shade. You can project your voice, so that's good.
Okay,
But
thank you.
I couldn't hear you. Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so off to public.
Mr. President, if I could, one more real quick.
Sure.
I think if it's not quick, we'll change. Item number 1, if we could take it off the table just to dispose of it.
Item 1.
So moved.
Motion is to remove item 1 from the table. All those in favor? All opposed? Committee on Finance, who's referred. An order from Lisa Ball, acting city solicitor, now city solicitor. A letter for the chief's contract. Remembering that the order is pending passage of the budget. So, Councilmember McGivern.
If I could, Mr. President, and I know we're looking to change this because there's been a lot of confusion and a lot of questions that have yet to be answered about when the practice started for an employment contract for the fire chief. We did an ordinance for the police chief, I think back when Marty Dunn was mayor, if I remember correctly. I don't believe we've ever done an ordinance for the fire chief, but according to the city solicitor under Mass General Law, the fire commission started doing a contract for the fire chief, I think 3 fire chiefs ago. I remember voting on one of them. I remember on Chief Preskopowski not voting on a contract. And I think, we asked and we were given this contract, and I believe Councilor Jordan has something in the ordinance committee. Yep. But at the moment, as far as the salary goes, and this contract is a lot better than the last contract for the city side. I think there's no issue about that. And the salary is something that we voted upon in the regular budget and remains in the budget at the 136. So if the committee believes, I think this is, can be disposed of because the budget has passed, and we can work on the ordinance changes to see how we want to handle it in the future.
All right, so Councilor Bacon.
I just want to provide some information to the council in that regard. So ordinance committee has taken it up, and at this point, we're waiting for legal form. And because it needs to be worked into our system, we're waiting for the range, which we've established for all of the other ones. And we should have that for our next meeting in August, I'm anticipating, but whatever the will of the body is.
Councilor Jordan.
I just don't want us to be said that we recognize the adoption of a fire chief contract until legally we could. And that's why I think we kind of table this until we pass the ordinance, right? Because what they're basically saying is they're sending a fire chief contract, recommend that we're adopting it, I guess, right? I believe that's the request, is for us to, if they're just giving us notice that they did something, that's one thing. But if they're sending it to us that we're ratifying something or funding something, technically they're not allowed to pay him out of that contract. They're doing that illegally. And I pointed that out. So any 10 cents, he's getting paid 10 cents out of that contract. That is unlawful appropriation. I could go to the state, make a complaint. I have elected not to do that, but I've advised them that they need to follow the law. And there is no matter, and by the way, it was 1996 when we adopted the police chief contract ordinance. But, things just sort of happened, and they need to get that fixed. I heard about that through the grapevine, and then I saw it here front and center that they were just starting to magically create fire chief contracts. You can't do that without an ordinance in the council doing it. So I don't recall, Joe, what this was having us do. If it's just saying they created one, have a nice day, we received, okay, but I think we're in better standing to pass the ordinance, because I think the general consensus here is we're going to create the ordinance to allow it.
Point well taken, and I don't think we have to, if you want to keep it on the table, that's fine.
I think that was the thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. We adopted the 136 in the budget, so I think we understand that. And I won't go into a big discussion. Back to what Councilor Bacon had said earlier tonight, though, this is exactly it. if we had adopted the budget and never had a copy of the contract, it's like we were just adopting to something that we never saw.
Right.
And then we found out when we got the MOA that they toned down a lot of things that were given to prior contracts, and it was a better contract for the city with the, it's actually a comparable salary or according to the times. I don't have a problem. I think we need to, clarify, because these answers were not given to us, although we were allowed to vote on Chief Pond's contract, and then the next chief, we did not even see the contract. It just
So there you
became,
go.
midstream, and it was in the budget.
Yep.
We never really, for history lesson, we never really voted on his contract. All we did is appropriate the money.
Appropriation, yeah.
It
But
came in.
we had the contract.
It came
when
in
we-
as a
when we voted for
contract,
appropriation.
and you and I specifically said in finance, there is no ordinance for that, only police. Which then the pushback was, well, that's what we're doing now. We said, you can't. So we tabled it until finally we just approved the funding, and we just said it's complied with because we weren't really acting on the contract, just the funding. So that's
Right.
where it started.
Okay.
So with that, I mean,
I think we keep it on the table, and it sounds like pretty soon we're going to have the ordinance, maybe, in a month?
I'm hoping.
That's fine. Motion to keep on the table.
motion is keep on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we're on to third, let's see here, public safety. Do you want to take A through L as a package?
Yes, sir.
All right, motion to suspend the rules, take up 31A through L as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
As well, I'll do a quick reading of each, and they're all complied with. So A is an order that a blinking stop sign be placed at Linden Street and intersection Mackenzie and Anderson. B is that the gates at our local parks be closed and secured. Just on that, Tommy Reynolds, who is our Park and Rec director, has been up at Community Field like every night, making absolutely sure I get the updates from him. Point to note, a car hit the gate.
Oh, jeez.
I'm sorry?
Who won, the
car-
gate or the car?
Oh, the gate won pretty well.
Oh, good.
It's if you want to talk, I won't give you all the details, but you can call him. But he has been absolutely tremendous as the park director. He even goes down to the skate park and cleans it for events that are going on down there. Gets his own, blower going, puts on his back. I mean, he's just very active.
A hard-working
so thank
guy,
him for
yeah.
him. C is public safety. Invite the Holyoke Hub to come in and present Holyoke Hub to the city of Holyoke. D is public health and DPW. Identify owners of the property at the corner of Linden and North Summer Street about the grass. E is Jim Lavelle, H&E, and representatives regarding pole location. F, DPW engineers, public safety, tree removal on Princeton Street. G, that the chief of police come in to discuss school safety and shooter protocols. H, consider adding a left turn signal at West Franklin Beach Street. I, create a new rule that would lead to a Department of Public Care and Safety. J, public safety line item for $200,000 to create a public care and safety position or committee, I think it was. Work on expanding the responder model. That's K. L is remove a 1/2 of the double sidewalk between Walcott and Congress Ave. All those have been complied with. Under discussion, Councilor Rivera.
So thank you, Mr. President. We had a variety of conversations on a lot of the topics. I guess the ones that I would like to point out are 31C around the hub, Ed Case, David Rudder, and another colleague of theirs, right now the name is escaping me, came in. We asked questions around the intention of the hub and what it is and what was the purpose. And what it sounds like is for a variety of agencies to come together, discuss particular situations that come up, that arise within the community, and situations can be referred to from any of the entities that are a part of the Holyoke Hub. The idea is for all the entities that are within this conglomerate, I would call it, to come together and to pretty much use all their heads to solve issues that arise within the community versus everyone working in silos. So when I first heard of it, I was working with them when I was at the Holyoke School Department before I resigned. I figured it was a great idea for the council to be more involved and to have a better understanding of what is being presented there, because they are kind of helping us, especially public safety, tackle a lot of issues on the ground and in a way that we technically can't. That was for that one. The one on Lyman and North Summer with the overgrowing properties, this has been an issue for like the last 5 or 6 years. This is before I was on the council. I used to call the Public Health Department and DPW on a regular basis. Whomever is the property owner there, supposedly the idea is that they might have passed away. Hopefully that's not the case, but they've reached out several times, and every year, eventually we end up as a city having to cut that lot, the grass. The thing for me is that the grass grows to about 6 to 7 inches. There's actually a huge tree in the middle. There's actually a weed that has grown into a tree because it's never been cut. And then the lot that abuts it across the alley also has not been cut, and now it recently was cut. And then when they cut it, you see a whole bunch of like muebles, couches and mattresses and everything behind there. But because it was overgrown, you would never notice it. So they told me that they're working on that. All of that has been done ever since. The HG&E one was just to get it out because we've already had the conversation. We met at the senior center, but we never actually closed it, as well as the one with the tree removals on Princeton. And let me see, the school shooter protocols. Councilor Jourdain had filed that one. I believe he was there, and they spoke briefly on it, or extensively, actually. Right. And they broke it down to the practice that they actually have, and they've been working on it and actually practicing it in person for the last few months or so, I guess. And then considering the adding a left turn signal or traffic lights, if I'm correct, I believe we complied with it, but I don't think that is something that the engineer recommends. I don't remember because it was like 2 months ago. I just remember briefly that it could have been something that the engineer didn't recommend. We recommended that the order be complied with because we conversed about it. It was just that was the idea behind it. And then create a new, and then the public safety community responder model. So these orders, we took them together because the idea is to try to come up with a system where we have actual community members employed by the city that can respond to instances of nonviolent situations where a police officer possibly will not be needed. And this is mostly all in conversation with legal and to try to find out how we can actually do this. So we've recommended the order be complied with the idea of we will be working towards getting some of this done in the future. That's pretty much it from me.
Anyone further on these? So the motion is that they have been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 32 is public service. Committee on Public Service was referred in order that the Public Service Committee begin the process of accepting resumes and interviewing for the Board of Assessors. Recommend it's been complied with. Councilor Tallman.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. We did receive some applications, and we did have interviews at the Public Service meeting last week. We interviewed 2 candidates. Originally, we had, I believe, 5. One of them got a job somewhere else. Another one had backed out, and one had called up our administrative assistant that afternoon. They had backed out. So we had 2 candidates. I'd like to thank the counselors that were here. I believe Counselor Bacon and Counselor McGivern. I asked some questions. Thank Counselor Bartley for being here. I had some very interesting comments and questions on a very important position. I've contacted about a month ago, our assessor, Deb Brunel, and it's definitely in need of another assessor. And it's an important position. It's something that hopefully we can vote on tonight. Everybody has the candidates that we interviewed, although we can vote for anybody tonight. And whoever gets 7 votes will be our next assistant assessor. If anybody has any questions.
Counselor Bartley.
No, I'm going to make a motion. We go to the first ballot.
I'll second that.
There was a question from Counselor. No, okay. Counselor Jordan.
I did have just one procedural question, and that is, as I typically like to ask procedural questions, is our 2 candidates live out of town. And this is a residency requirement thing, so I just hope the successful candidate, it's a chartered position.
I'm not sure if it's a residential, it's not a city officer, I don't believe.
It's a chartered position, assessor. Yep, it's in the
But
charter.
city officer, I think we had something from the law department saying if it was a city officer, they had to be a Holyoke resident.
Yeah, and this is a city officer because all chartered positions.
Motion to suspend, ask the law department.
Yep. Motion to suspend the rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Legal is on.
Hello?
Is it Mike? Mike, did you hear the question, or Kathy?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
The officers are named in the city charter, and that includes the members of the Board of Assessors. So that would require a residency, just as it would for any of those officers, unless they're exempted by a home rule petition, which the council is authorized to do. Most recently, the council exempted the city solicitor position, as well as the personnel director position in the past 12 months.
Counselor Jordan.
Yes, so as usual, Attorney Bissonette is correct. And so I'm just saying we can vote for whomever tonight, but I'm just putting it out there. Our 2 esteemed candidates, and I have a preferred candidate, both happen to live out of town. So I just want to be transparent with these people that if whoever the winner is here, and assuming one of these 2 candidates is going to win, that we need to let them know that. And I think the general thing is we give them 6 months to, do their thing to move in. So I just want to be transparent with folks that if that's a deal breaker, let us know. Hopefully it's not, but it's out there as an issue. So I also concur with let's go to the first ballot.
Counselor Bartley.
Well, just under suspension through the president to the law department, Mike, if we're going to take a vote tonight, I think. So assuming we do that, can we file a home rule petition for the next meeting in September and be able to cover the eventual winner in this case?
You're on mute, Attorney.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were on mute. The council could make it as a condition of employment, similar to the police chief's condition, that they move into a residency status within a certain amount of time. So you could make it 6 months, you could make it a year, again, depending on how the job offer would be made by the council to the out-of-town applicant.
Yeah, just Mike, this is David Bartley. My question through chair to Mike is whether we can, subsequent to this vote, petition Boston for a petition for a home rule change to to remove the residency requirement for a successful applicant from this evening. Is that legitimate?
Yes.
Okay, and then can we also, just again to the chair, to Mike, can we also make the employment conditional upon a successful petition to Boston? So in other words, either Boston's going to grant the home rule petition, and in that case, we would suspend that charter rule, or Boston's going to deny it, and then we would have to tell them, you'll have to make a decision whether or not you're going to live in. So in other words, can we have both of those as an option on the conditional status of the employee?
I believe that you can, because it's different than how the charter treats an elected official who must establish residency as of the date of their nomination or election. So this is a different situation where you have the flexibility of actually being in the hiring process and making an offer of employment, which is a bit different. And I'm not sure that the charter considered that possibility, but certainly you can do a home rule at your next meeting. We can have it ready to be filed, and it may be one of the few things that the legislature will take up before the end of the year.
So I guess a point of order, is that something that that the president wants to entertain? Because I would imagine it would be the president's. You would file that order, I would think.
You can file the order. That's not a problem.
Okay.
I mean, the assessor is needed. If it's something that this body wants to, it's part of what we can do. Councilor Bacon, then Councilor Durning.
So I just throw this out there as a question because we didn't ask the applicants, but maybe one of them will move back to Holyoke. I mean, I don't know what their living circumstances are, so I wouldn't assume totally that they won't. I mean, maybe others know more than I do.
Well, it'd be part of HR to tell them.
Yeah.
Councilor Durning.
Yeah, believe it or not, moving to Holyoke is not that horrible of a thing. Sometimes some of us feel.
It's hard to buy a house right now, guys.
Well, there are apartments too.
It's really hard to find an apartment.
I'm just saying is, by the way, there is precedent actually on this specific position. When I got on the council, there was a gentleman by the name of Tim Kelly who was an assessor, chief assessor as a matter of fact, and he lived in Westfield. And there were those of us, once I started to get acclimated as a newbie counselor to the rules, started saying, hey, Tim, when you moving to Holyoke? When you moving in? Oh, yeah, we're working on it. He got to a point where it was quite a while. And then eventually he made it pretty clear he wasn't moving after he had told the council he was moving here. So, as I recall, the story went. And he just went away. But I think we put it out there, we offer, and we've been doing 6 months for everybody else. It seems like that's a fair, period of time. I think we actually even have that in the ordinances for fire chief, as a matter of fact. The last position we were just discussing a few minutes ago, there's a specific ordinance that says if the fire chief is not a resident at the time he becomes fire chief, or she, they have 6 months to move into the city.
Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, just so that I understand, the plan would be next meeting we file the home rule petition, which then gets sent to Boston, which then we have to wait on them to respond. So it still will take a couple months on the line. So I'm really, just because I know if I was a candidate for this and I wasn't 100% clear as to that I had to move to the city for this position, I don't necessarily feel right voting on this assessor tonight, given the fact that it still wouldn't, we still have to, one, be dependent on the state, but also two, checking with them to see if they are interested in moving to the city. So I want to entertain a motion to table this item.
Second.
So the motion is to table, not debatable, because it was seconded. So for those.
Who seconded?
Who seconded? Yeah.
I did.
Councilor Rivera did.
All right, stop. So let's vote on the table. Motion is to table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
So no's would have it. Back to Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. As part of the process, I reached out to our chief assessor, who is buried, and they've been waiting a long time for us to fill this position. And it's an employee's market, and we all know this. Now, if the employee, once they understand, or if somebody's offered and they decline, well, okay. But I think we have to do our due diligence and put it out to somebody. That's my perspective.
I'd say you vote. My view would be you vote, whoever is appointed, you disclose to them what we're trying to do, the rules and what we're trying to do, and they can turn around and say, no, thank you. And then we're back to, basically back to where we were going
It's
to.
not a problem until it's a problem.
They have a choice.
Maybe they say, I don't mind.
Right.
So, Councilor Bartley.
Well, I'm just going to just throw out, I mean, maybe they also say, I don't want to move in, but I would appreciate at least attempting to file a home rule petition, because I want to work for the city of Holyoke.
what we're gonna do.
I love the city, as both those applicants have said.
Yep.
But I have, you know, I have a home I'm living in right now, and I'm established there right now.
Right.
And by the way, if we're going to go through a history lesson, let's talk about the DPW superintendent who lived out of town for 25 years, and every single counselor who was here for more than a minute knew that. And that skated through forever until the gentleman decided to leave voluntarily. So, you know, I mean, I know we're great in history lessons here, but let's keep it all in perspective. Thank you.
Move to the first ballot.
Councilor Malivas has a question on it.
Well, my question is, if the amendment is that this is contingent on the home rule petition being approved, does that make them not allowed to have their
No, we're just
start
going
their
to
position?
go to the first ballot,
Yep.
pick someone. We will file an order for next meeting to take up the residency requirement, see if we can change it.
And second question for process. So we have this order that we're going to vote on. If this person hypothetically does not accept it, is this order returned back to the council, then referred again
Yeah, you have
to public service and go through that whole process again?
Well, you can, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so motion was to go to the first ballot. The clerk will call your name and you vote for the person. Person that gets 7 is the person selected.
Bacon,
Cheryl Holloway.
Anderson Burgos,
Stephanie Moretz.
Bertley,
Cheryl Holloway.
Givner,
Stephanie Moritz,
Jordan,
Cheryl Holloway.
Maldonado Velez,
Aaron Callahan.
McGee,
Cheryl Holloway.
McGivern,
Cheryl Holloway.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Stephanie Moritz.
Israel Rivera,
I honestly don't know any of them, so Stephanie Moritz, I guess.
Tallman,
Cheryl Holloway.
Cheryl Holloway 6, Stephanie Moritz 4, and Aaron Callahan 1.
Motion to go to second ballot?
Motion is to go to second ballot. The clerk will call roll. Just state the name of your person.
Bacon,
Cheryl Holloway.
Anderson Burgos,
Stephanie Moretz.
Bertley,
Cheryl Holloway.
Givner,
Stephanie Moritz,
Jordan,
Holloway.
Maldonado Velez,
Stephanie Moritz.
McGee,
Holloway.
McGivern,
Cheryl Holloway.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Moritz.
Rivera,
Moritz.
Tallman,
Holloway. You move to the third ballot?
Second.
I think we might be here till 1 o'clock, but that's okay.
Motion is to move to the third
Give
ballot.
it one more shot.
Can we have discussion or no?
Well, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
But I-
Counselor Bacon.
If I could be recognized, thank you. I did reach out to the chief assessor because even though we are the appointing body, I think it's a very small team in there and they all have to work very closely together and tag team for each other. And so I sought her input relative to the applicants. And one of the points that she made to me was that the more knowledge of Holyoke somebody coming into the office has, the better, because each of the applicants needs to become certified. So they're already coming in the door, they have a lot to learn, and it's going to take, I guess, almost 2 years before they're fully certified in all the arenas in the office. So she did feel that a knowledge of the city was important. And we have one applicant that is a Holyoker, was a Holyoker and knows the city, and the other applicant is a Western Mass person, but to my knowledge, doesn't really know Holyoke per se. So I think to consider the feedback from our chief assessor is important to take into account. Thank you.
If there's a motion, let's go to third ballot. Clerk will call your name and you vote for your candidate.
Bacon,
Cheryl Holloway.
Anderson Burgos,
Moretz.
Bartley,
Cheryl Holloway.
Givner,
Moritz,
Jordan,
Holloway.
Maldonado Velez,
Moritz.
McGee,
Holloway.
McGivern,
Cheryl Holloway.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Holloway.
Rivera,
Juan Uribe.
Rebate.
Tolman,
Holloway.
Cheryl Holloway, 7.
Your vote, you approve Miss Holloway?
All right. Let's hope she takes it.
Let's hope so.
Now off to DGNR. We've already done a few of them, so we're off to 33C, which is 525 Pleasant Street for $20,111. Motion is to receive, adopt. Counselor Murphy Ramboletti.
Thank you. So this was presented in collaboration with the Office of Planning and Economic Development. The proposal is for, it's currently a vacant lot that was recently demolished. And I just lost my notes. Bear with me. All right, there we go. This is going to become housing and will be sold to Indra Harris. She has other properties that she's developed in the past. This will be, she said she's going to start the construction later when it gets warmer next spring. So pretty straightforward proposal. No major concerns. She was there that night to answer any of our questions. And so the committee made a motion to adopt the proposal. And that's it.
Okay, any questions? Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, I just to pitch in a little bit here. The motion would be to receive, adopt the committee report and to approve the conveyance to the force. We could probably have done these together, 33C and D, but 33 is on the table. So I think I heard a second on that. So just under discussion, Mr. President, this is a pretty good project. It's a great project. I'm sorry. It's more housing. It's the petition's got a great track record. She already owns a house abutting this. It's an empty parcel, is being sold as is, where is. So the petitioner's got a track record. She's doing well with her current home, and now she wants to invest more into the city, right next door, kind of similar to Mr. Almonte, in miniature. But it's a positive, I think, a positive result for Holyoke. You know, get more of these empty lots off the city's rolls and get them into private hands. And I think that's going to lead to a broader tax base and, again, more opportunities for housing that are clearly sorely needed. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this area. I think this is great that the person's willing to invest in this area. It's all residential area. Kevin, I'll have you know, I delivered mail there for several years. I knew the house, I knew the owners. You probably knew the owners too, but they get older, they passed away. The house just left there, and it just sort of crumbled. And unfortunately, that happens in housing when people pass on and nobody takes over the house. So, but to put the investment into this property and have another home there for that neighborhood, it really gives that really some cohesiveness in that neighborhood.
All right, so motion is to receive, adopt, and grant the conveyance. Clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer of the property.
Aiken?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
That's Mike.
Gibner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tallman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
You vote, you approved it. 33D, DGNR, declare 267 Elm Street as surplus. Property was acquired by tax lien, assessed at $34,500. Motion is to receive, adopt the recommendation. So, Councilor Murphy Ramboletti.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is very straightforward. This is a property that we voted to declare as surplus so that we can get ready to sell it and put it out to an RFP. So it's a motion to
Motion is receive, adopt.
receive and
the
adopt.
recommendation that we declare it surplus. You got it. You got it.
Great, awesome, totally getting the hang of this.
You got it.
7 months later.
Super. You're doing a great job. Awesome.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, so I think it was a very good meeting, a good discussion with Aaron and John. Again, this is important. This is an important first step. It's a public process, but it is a process that the first step is to acquire title to it. The city has to do that some way. In this case, that we do it through tax title. Then the second step, the second step is to declare it surplus available for disposition, which that was a motion that's before us right now, and that requires a 2/3 vote. The next step in the process is for OPED to market it and to find somebody to come in and develop it. And then the fourth step is OPED to come back to us with a beneficial offer to the city where we take a vote and it's majority vote does the trick at that point, not a 2/3 vote. And those votes as a force that are required by state law, not local ordinance. So it's always good to hear more of these properties getting out. And in my talk in business I'm in, there's just still a lot of interest despite the rising interest rates. There's still a lot of developers out there, flippers also, that want to come in and they want to do some work. I mean, look at Miss Almonte, look at Miss Harris. I mean, we have 2 tonight. So in areas, listen, that's not, it's in areas that need housing, and these are 2 really proud developers. Now, hopefully, we'll look for a third one in their same vein as Miss Harris and Mr. Almonte. And I think if we get more people like that in the city, we're going to be in a lot better shape. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one further, clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to declare it surplus.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Bartley?
Yes.
Givner?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Maldonado Velez?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
McGivern?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
Tolman?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Mr. President, just through.
Well, your
if we
vote
could-
was approved.
If we could just suspend the rules and take 33E and F together, because they're kind of
Motion is
a
to take up
same thing.
E and F as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? E is DGNR inviting the Volleyball Hall of Fame Executive Director. And F is to invite in the Chamber of Commerce Executive Director. Both have been complied with. Discussion, Councilor Murphy Ramboletti.
Thank you. We had a great conversations with both Jordan Hart and George Mulry. Both of them gave us updates on what they've been working on. Jordan has been in the position as the executive director since last February, but she has been at the chamber for about 9 years. So it's been great to hear what she's working on as the executive director. A lot of really great initiatives to make the Chamber of Commerce a bit more inclusive and representing all of our business community. Jordan's been working on a lot of different initiatives, technical assistance for small businesses, really trying to help our local businesses get through the pandemic. And she's just doing a really great job. So it was great to hear from her. And then also great to hear from George from the Volleyball Hall of Fame. Just a great asset in our community. And he talked about there's 120 new feet of exhibit. So he encourages everyone to go check it out. There's more opportunities for storytelling, just tying things into the region and utilizing ARPA funds for tourism efforts. And he also let us know that the mayor's reception for the Volleyball Hall of Fame induction is going to be on Friday, October 21st. And it's actually at the Volleyball Hall of Fame. And if you've been to that night when it usually used to be at Wisteriahurst, it's really great. There's people from all over the world who come to Holyoke. So it's pretty fun. Check it out. But those are the updates and motion that these were complied with.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, thank you. That was a very good summary, and it was a very good meeting that we had the other night. Jordan, as I filed both of these orders with various councilors, and Jordan is somebody just, and I told her that night, just very important to the city. The chamber has been a bit of a revolving door the last 5 years, and to have some kind of stability in that office with somebody with such positive energy, I think that's going to go a long way. Who knows what's going to happen, but my hope is that she'll stay. She's got a lot of ideas, and I'm looking for more input from the chamber, because we really need the chamber's involvement in so many things. So, and then the second part was for the volleyball hall. George is really he's a coach, he's a mentor, he's an advocate, he's a fundraiser. So he's just been doing a lot, wearing a lot of hats for the Hall of Fame. The induction ceremony, which is the reason I filed the order, is coming up in October. The mayor's already told me he's going to be present at the event. It's really a fantastic thing, and when you have, Carrie Jennings coming in, and then it was confirmed to me that her volleyball partner Misty May is also going to be in attendance to help induct her that night. So I just think it's a big deal. And then never mind with all the various other inductees from I think 4 different continents, if I had it right. So, and George said to us, these ladies and gentlemen while they're put up in a Holyoke hotel, and this supports the local economy. They have to pay their own airfare. So George also talked about having more events in the city. There's such a demand for volleyball tournaments. The question is, where in Holyoke could you do it, if at all? But maybe somebody's listening tonight, and maybe somebody has some ideas and some input that they could share with George, who's there 6 days a week anyhow, and the hall is open. I forgot to write down the hours, but I think the hall's open. I think every day, but I want to say Monday. But
Tuesday through Sunday.
Okay, so every day but Monday, except, and then George is there. He's usually there in the office on Monday, and he'll quite often give private tours as well. So it's just a tremendous asset for the city. It's the city's heritage since 1895. It's just something that should be ingrained in all of us. I think somebody pointed out that night, one of the few proclamations we've had this year was for the Holyoke High students who came in and won a Western Mass tournament. So that was, really, really wonderful to have those students with us and their coach, and then to have follow up with the DGR and George, and then we'll have the induction ceremony in October. I mean, you're talking, Carrie Jennings. I mean, you're talking, 3 gold medals. I mean, how many national championships? And her celebrated already. Joe already said her partner's already inducted in the Hall of Fame. I mean, Joe almost leapt out of his chair when he mentioned Misty May. I'll say that for him. I never saw such energy out of him, so it was exciting to see. And then, so it's really something where I hope everybody sort of get behind this and support the event on the 21st and support the hall as best we can year round. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy-Armaletti, the hours of operation?
11 to 3.
11, so Tuesday to Sunday,
Tuesday
11
through
to 3.
Sunday.
And Monday's closed. Okay. Let's see, so I just got a note here. Volleyball was declared official state recreational sport July 31st, 2014 or 19? 14. There you go. Thank you. The updates come here quick. All right, so those are complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 33G.
Mr. President, I think you had a few hands up.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, a few. Councilor
he's
Bacon
wanting
was
to
up
move.
first, but then me.
He's wanting to move along. I don't blame him.
I'm sorry.
We support you on that, but real quick.
I was just going to quickly say that both George Mulry and Jordan Hart very strongly and effectively represented their respective organizations. And I think it's been a really good tradition that started under Chair Bartley to invite the people in so that we know them a little bit more and have a better understanding of what they're doing. So that's it.
Councilor McGivern.
Similar. Thank our chair now for running a great meeting. I wanted to thank Councilor Bartley. He spearheaded both of these orders. Councilor Tomlin and Bacon did sign on to one. But I could not say any more than what's been said, but I want to say that Jordan Hart has a vision that I was totally impressed with for the business community and for the chamber. That is very refreshing, because I thought, for a moment there, I thought we were losing the greater Chamber of Commerce that has had a very positive impact on the city of Holyoke, especially the business community over the years. George Mullery is, and both, an incredible advocate, as Councilor Bacon said, for the Volleyball Hall of Fame. Both of these individuals are one-person shows in their respective positions. They have strong boards, they have strong advocates, but they are volunteers. When it comes time to do the work, it's upon their shoulders to do the work itself. The point I wanted to make, though, was we have an opportunity here. The Volleyball Hall of Fame, this lower section of Holyoke is changing very quickly. Gateway cities, Ray Street, the merry-go-round, the state park itself has got some new leadership and starting to look differently. The Canal Walk and the support of the business community. As a city, we need to not control this, but to lasso this and bring it all together, because we can do a lot better as a city promoting both of these entities and promoting what I just described. But great job to the committee, and thank you to the makers of the orders for keeping these conversations going.
Anyone, Councilor Tallman?
Yeah, just briefly, I thank all the members of the committee. I didn't get a chance to see this, but I know Jordan Hart and George are very strong advocates for the city. And I think one of the things coming up, Councilor McGee's got to know about the Tourism Advisory Committee. We really got to promote Holyoke and promote what's going on down there. And Councilor Barley, I might have some ideas. I think about 20 years ago, I remember playing volleyball. I think it was the city council against department heads or city workers. So maybe we can get something like that again going at a volleyball match somewhere. You in? I'd be in. So I love the game of volleyball. I started when I was in 5th grade at Highland School, so it'd be awesome. Kevin, you in? Sure. Okay, there you go. We'll get that going.
Big country.
Definitely.
I was at Wisteriahurst when Misty May was there, and Misty May said she would be back for Carrie Jennings.
Yeah, I told you.
Oh, wow, she's back. All right.
So, Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Just real quick, one thing that also Jordan mentioned was that she's the chair of the Parking Advisory Committee. So there is an RF right now, just a quick update with that. There is, the mayor is requesting an RFP, and from there, then we will hopefully put out some bids to get a study done, because the last study that was done with parking was back in 2012. So we need a more updated to include Race Street as well, so.
So with
Kevin,
that-
you're looking forward to that parking study, right?
Yes.
How much did we spend on that parking lot about? And we still paying?
Oh,
Parking deck? Yeah. You got some good views on that one, right?
big bucks.
Yeah.
I think I was on the other side of that
There was
vote,
a no
but
vote on that.
you voted right, I believe, yeah?
Yeah, the big debate, 1 level, 2 level, right?
Yeah.
So those are complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 33G. DGNR, who was referred, a special petition application for 9 Wyckoff Ave for a pool and equipment. Give leave to withdraw by consent of the applicant. Our discussion?
Pretty straightforward on this one. We all know how the front yard pool conversation went, and so there's no need for this special permit application or special petition. The one thing that Councilor McGivern helped me learn is that we did need the consent of the applicant to give this leave to withdraw, which our fearless administrative assistant Jeffrey was able to do for me. So that's it.
All right, so
All
the
right.
motion is give leave to withdraw by the consent of the applicant. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? There is no charter and rules, no joint committee, so on to motions, orders, and resolutions. If it's going to committee, don't debate it. 36 is from myself in accordance with the Tourism Advisory Committee that we appoint a city councilor to the committee, so send that to
Public service?
Public Service. All right, Public Service, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 37, that the Park and Rec establish a pickleball court at the tennis courts. Motion be receive, adopt, send to Park and Rec.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 38, that the city engineer review the intersection of Yale and Park Slope. I'd say public safety with a copy to the engineer who, I've already spoken with him, he's already on it. So public safety copy to the engineer. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 39,
40, take as a package.
and 40 take up as a package.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 39 is that the state primaries will be September 6th, Tuesday, September 6th. Polls will open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. These are the offices up for voting and the polling locations on 40 with regards to each ward. So motion be receive and adopt.
So moved.
Second.
I have a procedural question.
Yes.
So normally this is perfunctory, but I did with the advent of early voting and where's the designation of locations for early voting, those also should be designated by the city council, should they not? Since it's a polling location, and in our ordinances and charter, it requires us to select this. But it seems like the city council isn't really voting on the early voting location, i.e. the senior center. and I don't know if the clerk wants to address it or not. Not that it's particularly controversial, but I always wondered, since that came around, should there be a vote of the city council that designates a polling location for early voting?
So motion be suspend the rules to allow the clerk to speak.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
So two things. So the first one is by default, the city clerk's office is the central early voting location. And for the state primary, we aren't doing any other location besides our office, which, as all of you know, we do it right in the hallway because our office is not big enough to accommodate all the people and to let people have their privacy while they're voting and being spread out. And the second one is if we are to do it at the senior center, which I am going to look into in November, and possibly again, maybe the Soldiers Home, it's the Board of Registrars that votes on the location and designates the location. It's not the city council.
Oh, interesting.
The only way the city council would get involved is if, and I wrote a communication on this last year, and I can forward it along again if you'd like. I think I did recently as well. If the city council wanted to opt out of the new vote by mail law, we would have to have a public hearing with the city council and let the public come in and express their yays or nays against having vote by mail in the city. But other than that, that's the only role that the city council plays in early voting.
Okay. If you could send me all those materials, I'll catch up on my reading.
Thank
Yeah, I created a couple page document I think it was last year.
Okay.
Just like explaining some of the new, early voting stuff that's been put into law, and it's changed again, so I'm happy to do that again.
Thank you. So what you're saying is then the early voting locations, it says in the statute that the registrar of voters decides where those will be?
Yeah, if we end up doing it like at a different location, we haven't in a few years because
Okay.
the 2020 elections when we did early voting was the pandemic and COVID, and we just did it here in City Hall. I don't think the senior center was open at that point. And then of
Okay.
course the Soldiers Home was having their issues.
Right.
And last year was the first year we did early voting for the municipal elections, and we didn't do it anywhere. Also, again, because of COVID. 2019? No, it would have been 2018 was the last time we designated places, and the Board of Registrars took a vote on that.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So 3940, motion is to receive and adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. President, can we take 41 and 42 together as a package and
Second.
receive and
Motion
adopt?
is to take up 41 and 42 as a package. All those in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? 42 first is order that the city council present a proclamation to the Fernandez family and the restaurant honoring them for 34 years of service to the city of Holyoke. And 41 is to name a portion of High Street Fernandez Way in recognition of the family and their dedication to the city. So 42, motion be receive and adopt for the proclamation. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, that was done. Well, because it was last week. So this is kind of like catching
Oh,
up.
yeah, you're just catching up.
Yeah.
Well,
Because we couldn't get it in time.
Right.
But we're fishing here. 41, in all seriousness, is to name a portion of High Street Fernandez Way. Motion be
Receive,
and adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Are we going to pick it's just
Yeah,
as
I
a
think-
section?
I think,
Like in front of his restaurant or?
like, it's in front of the restaurant. I didn't know
Okay.
how we wanted to do it. That's why I left it open-ended to you.
Unless you want to send it to committee to
same
discuss
with
it.
Marty. Just
No,
we'll work on it.
And
I think we have to refer, I know we're not changing the name of the street, but it's an overlay, but I think we have to refer to the DPW.
It would go to the DPW for them to do
DPW.
it.
Okay.
But I left it open-ended to see how you wanted to do it.
All right.
Because I know, like Marty Dunway, we
Yeah, it should be something in front of his
President.
restaurant, you know.
DPW took
People
over
can
Marty
remember.
Dunway and did a good job in that.
Counselor.
Could it be the side on Hamden?
It could be if
Yeah.
if you wanted.
Because I believe, I mean, I could ask the daughters to see which one would be
Yeah.
preferable, right?
Yeah, that would be nice.
But I feel like Hamden makes more sense.
Yeah,
You
like
could-
take a block of it and
Yeah.
something and name it after Raphael, yeah.
Well, at first they wanted it down by Mr. Fernandez's house.
On North Summer.
Yeah, but then while he was sitting there,
Yeah, he would
asked
prefer
that
it
we
up.
change it.
Yeah, he would prefer it up by the restaurant.
So what we can do,
You want to amend it and say High/Hamden?
Say
I
hi.
want to say High, how about High Street or Hamden Street?
Street.
Or
A
Hamden.
section. This way it
You
gives
could
them
do
an option.
Hamden where it starts on High and stop at the stop sign right there, that little section.
we'll
Oh,
do
or we
is
can go the
amend
whole
it.
street, whatever.
Order that we name a portion of High Street / Hamden Street, Fernandez Way. Motion be receive, adopt, send to DPW, and then they can,
Second.
Make a recommendation to
That's
us.
a motion, I'll second it.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
President, then, the last two items, do we have meetings scheduled in September?
No?
So far, no.
Not yet.
We have the election,
Canceled
and
them
then we
both.
All
have
right, we got a break.
Biggie.
Another
Yeah.
break.
In October.
That was all contingent on calling a special meeting,
Okay.
which we brought up prior to going into summer recess.
'Cause I don't know the ordinance committee schedule, but there are extra Tuesdays in late August and
August 23rd.
the 30th is open.
Yeah, so we can.
We were
Okay,
gonna
five
do
after 11,
GGR
so-
then.
We've never gone a month and a half.
No.
Well, I know that's why, however the committee wants to have a meeting, we said we'd come back to it. And we came back to it at 11:05.
There you go. Make a motion to suspend the rules to take 43, 45 as a package to adopt.
Second that.
43 and 45 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed. 43 is from firefighters to injured on duty, which would be 2. 45 is the police injured on duty, which would be 7. So police is 18,192.49. Fire is 5,157.52. Motion is receive, adopt, pass a first reading.
Mr. President?
I have a question.
Did we ever hear from the chief on the sergeant who's been out so long?
Not yet.
I just have a question.
Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, just, is it not the new fiscal year and the transfers happen even when it's the new fiscal year in the beginning?
This is injured on duty. It's moving from their line item with their salary over to injured on duty to pay out that way. It's just an accounting procedure. It has nothing to do with.
So there's not, so I guess, so when you start the new fiscal year, there is no budget for injured on duty? Oh, there is.
There is.
There's.
That has nothing to do with none of that.
It's not really
You don't
a
start
budget.
all over again and then start from a budget and start subtracting like you would any other budget.
Right. There's no budget item for injured on duty. It's just moving it to injured on duty to pay out under that. So you're not allocating money to it. You're taking it from their salary and putting it into injured on duty for accounting purposes.
So we know.
So we know.
So there's no actual line item for
There's
injured
no
on
line
duty.
item, no.
So then there's an account though for
It's a
that.
different way of paying out.
You can,
So the account is a different account apart from the budget?
an accounting.
Because it sounds
It's
like
an
it's
ac-
not
it's an
like
It's,
It's not a budget
There's an indigent.
line item. It's an accounting procedure
Mm-hmm.
on how to pay out for someone
I understand that piece.
through that. So it's not really.
But even if it's not, even if injured on duty is not the title of the line item, it would still be a line item within the
It's
budget.
really, the line item in the budget is their salary. So I'm an officer.
Okay.
My item is 45,000. You're taking my 45,000, or in this case, 3,000,
motion.
and moving it through.
Right.
All right.
Counselor Bacon.
But you can see how much is paid out on it in the financial reports that come
Correct.
out.
Yeah.
I think Councilor Rivera is correct, though. It is a line item in the budget.
It is.
It's just, it's
just
not
not
funded up front.
It gets
But
into
we,
it.
we should see it historically each year, what happened the year before. Which I'll talk to the auditor about that.
You
Which
can
just
get-
happens to be 400,000, by
Right.
the way.
Yeah.
But it is there. You know,
It's a
just-
line item.
We don't
that's
vote on
there,
it up
but
front.
It's a different
Right.
accounting procedure.
Yeah.
I guess is the.
It's just, and that's all it is.
Right.
It's, we don't want to double the money.
Correct.
For salaries. It's the same money that they're going to get. And it just makes sense. I just note here, though, Mr. President, if this was the annual golf tournament between the police and the firefighters would be winning with the lower score.
True. So pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for these two.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yep.
Bartley,
Yes.
Givner,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Maldonado Velez,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Tolman.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve those two. 44.
Make a motion to suspend the rules to take 44, 46, 47,
And 48.
48 as a package, refer to Committee on Finance.
Motion to
reading,
suspend the
please.
rules, take up those as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote
Review the
44
reading.
is the 911 Department Support Grant for $246,443. 46 is to use $2,017,526.96 of ARPA revenue losses as a funding source for the budget. 47 is Mass Trail Grant, 50,000. 48 is 12,500 to be transferred to cannabis impact to OPED. So all those to finance.
Can I,
Mr. Yeah, we just did that.
Question?
Yeah.
How is that new one different than the one from the finance report that we
I don't think
just
it is.
adopted 246?
Yeah, I think it's a double. Kevin, we
40,
talked about that,
43,
right? Yeah.
And now you got this one again?
I don't think it's supposed to be there, the
Might
246.
be a duplicate, but we'll
I
find
think
out
it's a
finance.
duplicate, Joe.
Yeah,
These
it's
are
gotta
both
be.
for FY23.
We got a lot, we got an extra.
Same amount for,
Yeah, the same amount.
Same amount for the
We
same
voted on
fiscal
that.
year.
Yeah, we voted on that out of committee, so.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
All right, let us
All
know.
right, off to-
It's already signed off, so we're going to find out in committee.
I thought they were just checking to see if we're paying attention.
Yeah, I think so. They knew it'd be late at night, so.
So 49 was that one that we took up for the start of the meeting. So if you're watching from home, we're now on, how are we saying this?
Rename Albion?
So website agenda would now be, you're on item 50, right? So just if people are following. All right, we're on 50. From Councilor Rivera that the Honorable Council rename Albon Street in North Summer Street for the local rapper Justin Chavez, who recently passed away. How do you want to?
So can I elaborate real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So it's not necessarily a rename, it's more of like a dedication. So Albion Street is the street in between North Summer and Canal Street. He grew up on the corner of North Summer Street. He's a local rapper that passed away this past June, or May, sorry. A friend of mine that I grew up with helped create the brand Made in Holyoke that is famously known throughout Western Mass and Massachusetts. And in general, the people have come to me in the community to ask to see if we could have a space named for him. I figured that spot right there would make more sense because that's the corner he grew up on. There still is somewhat of a memorial set up there that the Holyoke Housing Authority allows to stay in place in that corner. So for me, taking these steps in a way is to kind of move it to the next level so that the memorial is there. There's actually a sign that's on one of the posts there, kind of illegally, but it's a picture of him memorializing him. But so this is kind of like taking it to the next level, so that way eventually the Holyoke Housing can clean the space and the people can still have something for them to come through together to memorialize. His family and a bunch of other people would have loved to come in and speak in behalf of this. I just told them that it would probably get moved to a committee and then get voted on so that way we could have more conversation around it. I just didn't know the processes. But yeah, thank you for hearing me out.
But do you want his name on the way?
No, I would like it to read Extraordinaire Way because Extraordinaire was his actual rapper name.
Okay. I just want to make sure because sometimes people want like maybe his name up top and an Extraordinaire Way is bolder. So you have his name up top and smaller. And
I mean, if you could do that, if that would fit, that would be cool.
Okay. That I just want to make sure we get it correct.
That would be cool too as well.
Public safety?
Yeah, send it,
All right.
I'll second that and you can hash it out there.
All right.
Go ahead, Councilor Rivera.
Are we, we're not changing the street
No,
name,
it's
we're
No.
just overlay.
Yeah,
Just
it's kind of what we did.
Not changing the actual
So-
street name.
Yeah.
Just a friendly amendment to change that language because
Yeah.
to establish a dedication.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Overlay, we can just adopt.
so we're not going to rename the street. You just want to do
No.
it away, kind of like what we did
Yep.
Fernandez. So how about we say that the Honorable Council,
Whatever the actual terminology is.
Overlay.
Because I know that you can actually, I mean, you can, but it's a super long, arduous process to actually rename a street.
And you get everybody mad at you
Right.
because they got
It's
to
not that serious.
and they got to change their mailing address. And
Yeah, no,
deeds.
it's, the Albion building is no longer standing anyways.
Yeah.
so
So it's just
it's a
it's like what we just did
yeah,
for Mr.
Fernandez.
Fernandez.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
more
you
or
want to
less.
rename it. So it's dedicate Albion Street to be known as, once again, Justin Chavez
Extraordinary way.
Extraordinary Way.
With 2 eyes, yeah. Extraordinary with 2 eyes.
So it's just way. It's not renaming the street.
No.
Right. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
Councilor.
Aye.
Can I put Hendel Drive in for Peter Tallman?
Not yet, Kevin. You got some time for that one.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh,
Hold on. Councilor Maldonado Velez.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I just wanted to be in support of this real quick. Justin Chavez is someone that I personally did not interact with, but it is someone that I knew from the community, and the impact that this individual had in the community was very felt hard back in May. So I'm glad that Councilor Rivera put this in because I think it'd be good for the community.
Thank you.
So, and also, it's receive, adopt, and send to DPW. And for the record, make sure that it is 2 eyes.
Yep.
I know you said it, but I just want to put it on
That was
record. It
his
is
thing.
2
I
eyes.
don't
It's
know why.
not spelled incorrectly, but that's how it is.
That's what he said. I told him, you spelled that wrong, and he used to say, it's intentional.
All right, so
Okay.
to DPW as well. So all those in favor? All opposed? That way it is done. You can
Thank you.
report back to the family. 51 is from Councilor Rivera that the city engineer research if a stop sign could be placed at the end of Willow where it meets Brown Ave. So public safety, copy to city engineer.
We missed 50.
50.
What about, we want,
I'm sorry.
facial recognition,
The
surveillance.
ordinance.
Ordinance, right? 50 to ordinance.
So 50 facial surveillance to ordinance.
Yep.
Yes. And then a question about the attachment. Does the attachment go to ordinance automatically that I sent?
Hopefully, yeah.
If it's
if you
with-
I sent it all together. It's like a whole document with like all the wording,
Okay.
the language already put together
oh, good.
Okay.
for review.
So 50 to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 51 is to public safety.
That
Copy
doesn't go to
the
ordinance
engineer.
No.
for stop sign?
Okay.
Oh.
Asking.
Well, if they
Well, it's
recommend it-
research. It's not saying
Yeah.
put in a stop sign. So
Yeah, it's just to research a stop sign on Brown
Yep.
and actually it's on Willow at the end of Willow. If they could say yes, then that's yes. And then a no, then what are the next steps? What could it be to help prevent any accidents?
I'll make a motion be referred to the city engineer with a copy to public safety.
So moved.
Yep. So to city engineer, copy public safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 52 is from Councilor Bartley, city engineer, looking to
Same thing.
look at on-street parking.
City engineer, public safety.
So it's to city engineer, copy to public safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? 53, due to neighbor concern, the city engineer review the accident report at the intersection of Linden and Hampton Street.
Same thing.
And
Motion
copy to
be-
the police because they have the accident report.
So refer to public safety, copy to engineer and HPD within 60 days. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 54, DPW repaint the crosswalk at
Receive and
Hillside.
receive and
Motion to
adopt.
Receive and
and
adopt.
Copy to public safety to track it.
Receive, adopt, send to DPW, copy to public safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 55 from Councilor Givner, proclamation establishing Holyoke for National Gun Violence Awareness Day. It's the first Friday of June. Receive it, adopt, and send to mayor's office for approval. So motion to receive, adopt, send to mayor's office.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 56. Handicap sign
Ordinance.
removed at 402 Pleasant Street to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 57, order that the speed limit sign be installed on Parker Street. So a motion be receive and adopt
Refer to DPW.
to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
58 from Counselor Givner, order that the HPD create a visible calendar on speed trailers so that the community knows when they're coming. So that'd be receive, adopt, send to HPD,
And copy to public safety.
and a copy to public safety.
Yeah, sure. Let's come in for a discussion on that.
You want, okay, so how about refer to public safety, copy to the police for an invite? All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 59, order to amend the Hoyoke zoning ordinance to reflect the following. So this would go to ordinance.
That can be withdrawn.
Oh, okay.
To be replaced by the late file.
All right.
Oh,
so
okay. Leave to withdraw on 59.
59 is to give leave to withdraw. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right. 60, that the city council conduct a comprehensive study. This is from Councilor Jordan, Anderson Burgos, and Rivera, of employee safety for the benefit of our Hoyoke municipal employees and our taxpayers. So this would be to,
I can either do finance or public service. I have two esteemed chairmen sitting across from me. I don't know which one would be more indulgent, but either would be
Public
appropriate.
service chair is great.
Well, finance, I think that's going to affect our finances, so I mean, it's up to you, but I got a lot of stuff on the jacket, in the jacket already.
Well, how about this? We'll go finance because I sit on finance, if that's okay.
There you go.
all right, to
All right.
finance. All those in favor?
Saves me a meeting.
Opposed? 61 from Councilor Jordan, the city council review and enhance as necessary the city current noise ordinance.
Gee,
To
Yeah, I heard that
ordinance.
earlier.
how about that for timing?
All right,
Ordinance,
good
please.
timing. How'd you know about that?
Yes, we'll discuss 50 and 70 decibels.
To start with a monitor right by.
Well, at least we know it.
Bring it down to
Hopefully in
decibels are-
committee, not in
Drive.
city
I want to get the
monitor
I want to get the ticket
Hey,
count.
for clarification, I gotten 3 tickets on loud music.
Oh, there you
Never
go.
by Holyoke Police though. State troopers. 350,
Oh, okay.
500, and 500.
There you go.
We may have to get the state police in.
Get them in here
to
for
help
that.
out.
And
Yeah.
they don't have no machines. They just give them to you and they expect you to fight it.
What committee is that going to? Hey, Kevin?
That's going to go
Ordinance.
to ordinance. All those in favor?
Yep.
All opposed? 62 from Councilor Jordan, the building department receive additional staffing to inspect and manage compliance cannabis-related matters paid for from the cannabis fees. So that would
To
be
the mayor.
Yes, receive, adopt, and refer to the mayor.
receive, adopt, to mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 63, the building department receive additional staffing to inspect and manage civil compliance enforcement. This would be same thing.
Yes, receive, adopt, refer to the mayor. I do want to just say a couple sentences on this one real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. The other one, I had actually a cannabis-related person who's in the industry and whatnot saying, hey, you're passing all this stuff. Who's actually going out and all these inspections and doing all this? Well, that's clearly an impact from those impact fees. So we need to hire some people that go around and do the visits and actually make sure everything's okay. So that one's 62. 63 has been building for a while. I got, like any good studious counselor here, I'm sure, you hear one thing, you take it with so much. You hear 2 things, you hear 3 things, you hear 4 things, and you start hearing the same thing over and over again. And here's the thing. I'm hearing from all kinds of citizens, I called about this business that's illegally operating next door to my house. I called because of this issue, or I called because of that issue. And they're basically telling people, I don't have enough staff. I might get to your thing maybe in a year, maybe in a year and a half. Things like you're 150th on the list. Citizens don't want to hear that. Citizens are not cool with that, okay? So if that's not true, then our customer service ain't too great. If it is true, then, I get it. Times are tough. Maybe you've got more work and you need more people. Then you can't just blow people off. And that's basically what's going on. And I had one constituent who lives in Ward 3, he told me, I was told go hire my own lawyer and go figure it out. And he's like, don't I pay taxes to have an inspector come and do this situation that he particularly had? And it's just getting to the point where, like, if we need more staff because that department cannot function and take care of citizens' concerns, and we need more people. But just, it's not working. And I am getting tons of complaints about that office and just not being responsive. And and it's allegedly due to staffing issues.
All right, so that is receive, adopt, send to the mayor.
Mr. President.
Yep, Councilman.
Kevin, that's one of them I wanted to add. If you put my name onto that one, because I did personally talk to the department head in that department, and I think they lost 1 or 2 employees recently.
Yep.
And that's not good. When you don't have the staff, you can't get the work done. So
right.
I'm along with you on this one.
Yes, thank you. And I'm not trying to, I just want to get it fixed. You know, I'm not going to say it's good, bad, or otherwise. I know a lot of our departments are hurting on short staffing, either because of vacancies and otherwise. I think we gave everybody the positions they wanted. It's just, you know, if you need more positions.
Councilor Vacan.
Thank you. Can I be added to that also?
Yes.
And
Councilor Vacan, Councilor Tallman.
And I just want to make sure my colleagues read the letter on item 20, because that's relative to doing inspections. And then I just have a point of information question, and that's like, we have a lot of working department heads that are doing the work of their second in command when the slot is open and that kind of thing. And the point of information that, and I guess the mayor would know the answer to this down the road, and we're referring this over to him, is can the building commissioner do inspections?
I'll find
I
out.
just don't know if the building commissioner can or not. Like the chief assessor can be the other assessor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to know that answer.
Okay.
All right.
So adding Councilor Tallman, Councilor Vacan, motion is receive, adopt.
Refer to the mayor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 64 from Councilor Day and the City Council and the Mayor, in conjunction with our department heads, develop a clean Hoyoke initiative that develops a strategy to clean a beautiful Hoyoke by providing the plan and resources to get it done. Motion would be to receive, adopt, send to.
Well, I wasn't even thinking adopt yet, but committee, and with a copy to the mayor. Basically, the mayor had a great message. I'm sure all of you got it as well, that talked about, you know, everybody's got to chip in and do our part. Mm-hmm. I think we need really a comprehensive plan, and then we need, in conjunction with him, to allocate the money that we're going to act on to clean the city.
So public service?
Public service is what I was thinking, and
about public safety.
Public
safety.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, safety, sure, great.
Just because I know that they've been working with One Holyoke, and they've been doing the Keep It Clean initiative. They've been doing it for like the last 2 or 3 years, and I believe the city has been funding that initiative on different, like either through CDBG or through different avenues. They've been giving them funding to help that. So if they can kind of formalize it more, maybe.
But what I'm suggesting is this is not deferring it to any private organization. Those are all wonderful. And we need a part of the answer is working with our nonprofit partners. But I'm talking Holyoke, city government, comprehensive plan, clean the city, whatever resources we want to bring to bear. If it means hiring 2 people and that's all they do is clean alleyways and clean the downtown and ride around on the vacuum or whatever.
So we want to send it to public safety?
Yes.
Yeah. So public safety.
So that's
the mayor.
that's kind of the vision.
But can we also say enforcement?
Oh yeah, no. That's absolutely
part of the plan.
handing out tickets. That'll be part of the discussion. Okay, public
Absolutely.
safety.
All those in favor?
Aye. Mr. President, Kevin, that's the second one. Could you add me onto that order? I'm definitely all in on that one.
Please do.
Can you add me as well?
Yeah, please do. Yeah, thank you, Councilor Rivera and Councilor Tallman. Thank you.
Is there like a final motion?
65 we already
We
did.
did that. So we're on to late files.
Late files.
How can it be late files?
Who's the wise guy filing late files?
I won't say any names, but the first one's Councilor McGivern.
Oh my God.
Cleanup grant, $512,000 to finance.
Finance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Councilman McGivern again. Jeez, Joe. No, just kidding. B is patrolman, $150,000 to overtime. Finance. All those in favor?
I almost didn't put my name on that one.
What was that?
That's
There's going to be some questions.
1 month in, we're
All those
already.
hippie guys are out.
How much was that, Kevin?
150.
150. Oh, already. We gave him two.
C is from the newly established Hoyoke Waste Management Study Group. They already had their minutes of their meeting. They're providing it to us.
Yes.
So that's
Interesting
just to
read.
receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
D is from Councilor Givner, or that they amend
Take
the
up D, E, F, and G.
D, E, F, and G as a package.
All the
in
ordinance?
favor? All
Right.
opposed? So D is section 4.3 amend for motor vehicle sales. E is section 7.213 BG zone to other currently listed BH, GI, BE. F is create a new special permit to allow non-conforming use of historical structures. And G is zone change from BG to parcels. Condition items could be to join both parcels. So all those to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I is from Jackie Lachine from the Hoyoke School Department, which is a communication regarding the first day of school, which is pre-K and kindergarten, which is September 6th, which is also primary day. So giving an update as to what will happen to make sure the kids are safe. So the motion is receive.
Yep. Motion received.
All opposed. J is the summary of the projected sources and uses of, looks like revenues.
Oh, that was the
Sometime.
updated stuff from the auditor.
And
So
then,
finance.
And then the budget recap. So all
Yeah.
that to finance.
Finance, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And just before midnight, we did it. All right, so motion is to adjourn, don't debate
Wow.
it. All those in
Motion to
favor?
adjourn.
Mr. President, just one more thing,
Yeah.
if I could make an announcement.
Sure.
You didn't have the president's report, but about the Thursday night vote, just want to remind everybody
All right.
Oh.
Yep.
for school
School
committee,
committee on
Or
Thursday.
Oh, school, yeah.
whoever can make it. I mean, I think that's important to get that out there.
Yep.
Thank you.
And just
But
the
you'll-
Bar Association Golf Tournament to benefit the Hoyoke Merry-Go-Round, August 15th. There's still dinner tickets left.
Oh man.
All right.
Maybe a
I
couple
went to
spots for golfing if you want.
Oh, okay.